Hello, and thanks to all of you for joining us back here for day 2 of GitHub Universe. What a fantastic first day we had yesterday. We showed you how to ship even faster with auto merge on pull requests. Actions has a brand new workflow visualizer, protected environments, and deployment approvals, making it a full-featured CI/CD platform. We announced corporate sponsors, enabling organizations to help support the open source projects they rely on. GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0 is coming soon with full support for the tools that developers love: actions, packages, code scanning, and more. And last but not least, one I know many of you are excited about, we unveiled dark mode for GitHub.com. As Nat said yesterday, delivering the best possible developer experience is at the heart of everything we do. It drives every feature we ship, every decision we make. We draw on our own experience using GitHub to build GitHub, as well as the experience that you, our community, has every day on the platform. While we have incredibly talented people on our team, their creativity can never match the collective knowledge and the skill of the global developer community. As the home to so many of the world's developers, we tap into emerging trends and best practices to build the platform for all developers, with the goal of making their lives easier with each and every new ship. At the end of the day, that means helping developers do what they do best. It means removing distractions and automating away as many mundane tasks as possible so that developers can focus on their craft and have an awesome experience doing it. We talk to developers all the time, and we also hear from businesses of all sizes. Everyone wants to improve their ability to deliver software. In our experience, for businesses, it's fairly simple. You accelerate velocity and improve quality, and end up with a happier team to boot by focusing on the developer experience. So what does that really mean? A great developer experience boils down to 3 key components. First, developer workflow, including frictionless collaboration and automating manual tasks so developers can stay in flow. Second, developer-focused security and compliance to take the worry and risk away from developers and allow them to focus on their work. And finally, platform reliability to ensure your platform is scalable, resilient, and available whenever your developers need to use it. So let's talk about developer workflow. GitHub centralizes your workflows around your developers, around the software they build. Most developers just want to write great code and for it to have an impact. CI/CD, testing, issue management, refactoring, and so on are seen by many developers as more of an annoyance that gets in the way and interrupts their flow. According to research by UC Irvine and Humboldt University in Germany, it takes an average of 23 minutes to enter an optimal creative state, or what we call flow, or to re-enter it after a distraction. So staying in flow is critical for developer productivity. It also just feels good to be cranking away at something with deep focus. I know I certainly love that feeling. The intuitive collaboration and automation features we've built into GitHub help developers stay in flow, allowing your team to do so much more. To put some numbers around this, the 2019 Dora report found that elite and high-performing DevOps teams are automating significantly more work than low-performing teams. In fact, these elite teams are delivering 208 times more frequent code deployments than those who aren't. Their lead time from commit to deploy is 106 times faster, and they recover from incidents over 2,600 times more quickly. Automation not only increases the time developers spend on code, but also makes their jobs easier because they're able to minimize distractions and stay in flow, focused on work that's driven by creativity and collaboration instead of redundancy and interruptions. GitHub defined one of the most foundational code collaboration workflows when we created the GitHub pull request, providing an interface and workflow for sharing, suggesting, and reviewing code changes throughout open source and private repos. Prior to the pull request, developers literally emailed their diffs to one another. You had to hope the person on the other side knew what to do with your code and what it did before you could even attempt to merge. That one feature set the benchmark for how we approach supporting developer workflows. Start with highly repetitive developer tasks, make them significantly easier and a joy to use, and iterate from there. For example, yesterday we announced the latest feature on top of pull requests, auto merge. Auto merge accelerates time to merge and allows more work to happen in parallel. No more time spent tracking down pull request authors, updating out-of-date branches, and waiting for tests to pass just so you can click the merge button. Once all requirements are met, your PR can merge, rebase, or squash automatically. So the developer who is waiting to go back and merge the PR herself, auto merge is handling that for her now. And she's already writing more code, opening another PR, creating a new release, or pairing with another developer. For developers, this is hopefully a finally moment. For enterprises, now you can just set consistent requirements across your organization for merging pull requests. And instead of a developer having to come back and merge each one, we do it for you. And all of those auto-merged PRs will have universally applied security and compliance review, reducing security risks and the potential for human error, all while allowing your developers to focus their energy on work that truly adds value. Improving workflow isn't about one feature or capability, though. Keeping developers focused on high-impact work extends to every facet of the developer experience. We're helping developers stay connected and productive with our native GitHub mobile apps for iOS and Android. Need to merge a PR but you're away from your desk? Just swipe to merge on your phone. With GitHub Codespaces, developers get a fully featured cloud-hosted dev environment that spins up in minutes directly within GitHub, so they can start contributing to a project or switch between projects without delay. Codespaces dramatically reduces the overhead of managing dev environments and switching contexts, allowing developers to stay in flow and focus on the code. It saves companies time in running, managing, and overseeing hardware across your developer environment. That's all running in the cloud now. It gives your developers flexibility and drives collaboration within your organization. Teammates can jump in quickly to work with others on a project, even when they only have a limited amount of time. Just spin up an environment in an instant and they're good to go. And it simplifies access, eliminating reliance on institutional knowledge or specific individuals and ensuring the work can be done whenever and by whomever is needed. From an IT perspective, Codespaces also reduces the amount of time and effort spent on fleet management. By shifting dev environments to the cloud, there's no longer a need to provision and maintain developer environments on local machines. This also has the potential of reducing the hardware requirements for your dev boxes, as the amount of processing actually happening locally is minimal. Great software development workflows include more than developers, and they don't stop when the human leaves the room. Great workflows do the work for you. They bring in the right people at the right time, they fail intelligently, and they self-monitor. That's how you increase developer velocity, through smart, interconnected workflows. And while we're building those capabilities into code-heavy workflows, we're also building this philosophy into your infrastructure. I'm talking about automation, and particularly the increasingly powerful GitHub Actions. Yesterday, we announced the launch of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0, a release I'm particularly excited about because it delivers features such as code scanning, packages, and actions, the community standard for workflow automation, to our self-hosted product. GitHub Enterprise Server customers now have access to powerful CI/CD and automation capabilities built into GitHub and housed directly next to their code. In less than a year, Actions has become the #1 CI solution on GitHub in both public and private repositories. But that's just where it starts. Across all open source repositories, repos that use Actions on pull requests see PRs merge 1.2 times faster, and the number of merged PRs increased by 1.3x. That's 34% more pull requests merged. This is huge in terms of improving developer velocity. And this scales exponentially with your team. According to 3M, building with GitHub allowed them to go from 400 deployments in 60 days to 6,000 deployments. That's a 15 times increase in ships. The open source community, including teams and companies around the world, has come together to build, share, and improve on actions that simplify workflow automation. There are now over 6,000 community actions in the marketplace, helping developers automate everything from testing to incident management to Kubernetes deployments. As with any other code, you can fork and modify actions to meet your needs. Then, share them with others so they can continue to iterate on what you've built. A number of GitHub partners are creating what we call verified actions, which means that we have verified the source of the actions your organization is using. Let's check out some demos from our partners.
At ServiceNow, we're excited to announce our newly published ServiceNow CI/CD GitHub Actions as part of our ongoing commitment to the ServiceNow developer experience. These new actions help developers quickly set up and configure CI/CD pipelines for apps built on the Now platform using GitHub to accelerate app delivery. We'll start by creating an actions workflow for an app linked to our GitHub repo using the example template built on the newly published GitHub Actions. Next, we'll set up secrets for this GitHub repo, including credentials for service accounts and other workflow variables. Then, check out a feature branch in our dev instance using Studio, the built-in IDE, and then make some commits. After that, we create a pull request and watch our first CI build get triggered automatically. When our build passes, we'll merge our pull request and confirm that the push to our main branch triggered a release build, which automatically validates and deploys our app to our production instance. And that's how easy it is to get started with CI/CD for Now Platform app development. For a full demo, visit our landing page on the GitHub Universe site. Take advantage of streamlining your development workflow today with ServiceNow CI/CD GitHub Actions published on the GitHub Marketplace.
Hi, I'm Abhilash. I'm a product manager at Datadog. Datadog is a full-stack observability and security platform. We have over 400 integrations so that developers can monitor their stacks without manual instrumentation. We recently launched an integration that provides CVE analysis from our Continuous Profiler. The Datadog Continuous Profiler provides method-level spans that provide insights on which parts of your codebase run how often and for how long. A CVE analysis, or Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures analysis, provides insight on what vulnerabilities exist in your application. But vulnerabilities are everywhere. That doesn't mean each vulnerability is even exploitable. They also come in many flavors. For example, it could be a library in your container image repo or a package that you don't really call. There are many ways for them to exist in your app but not be relevant. What you really need to care about is which vulnerabilities are invoked in production and are exposed to user traffic. Our new integration provides a way to map the vulnerabilities with how often they're invoked and from which parts. For example, here's a time series view of how often some of these vulnerabilities are invoked. Now to get this working, customers need to first create a dependency graph. This creates a mapping between the customer's application and the vulnerability database. Once this is generated, they then need to upload this dependency graph to Datadog for the actual analysis. This workflow creates some onboarding friction. The easiest way to reduce this friction is to automate. Today, we're excited to announce the launch of Datadog's first GitHub action on the marketplace. With this new GitHub action, we can easily onboard with our CVE analysis workflow. It's also easy to add to your CI/CD pipeline and keep the CVE analysis updated. Here's a quick demo. We have a sample application here with a workflow. The workflow has several steps. The first couple of steps invokes other GitHub actions in order to set up your environment. This is easily done. Next, we use the environment variables to parse and store the deployment version. We then call our GitHub action. This runs a series of scripts and requires no user input. If it notices a new deployment version, it generates and uploads a new dependency graph. Here's the data flow. Whenever there's a code merge, the CI/CD pipeline takes over. If all the tests pass, the action is invoked. This then generates and uploads a new dependency graph and kicks off the Datadog CV analysis process. The CVE data is updated based on the new dependency graph. This keeps the CV analysis data synchronized with new deployments. With GitHub Actions, we were able to reduce the onboarding friction for this workflow. Customers can now get access to an end-to-end CV analysis with just a few clicks. We were also able to solve this problem faster by leaning on GitHub Actions rather than changing our application code. This is because GitHub Actions are just easy to use and require almost no overhead. We were also able to meet our customers where they were, on the GitHub Marketplace. This adds another layer of discoverability. This has been a quick overview of how Datadog leverages GitHub Actions. We hope you have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Marquito Oliveira. I'm a product manager within OpenShift, and I'm very excited to talk about the GitHub Actions that we built that will enable your developers to deploy applications to OpenShift. So here are the actions already in the GitHub Marketplace, but I'm going to show you now how you can very easily add that to your GitHub projects. So here's my GitHub project. It has no workflows currently set up. I can click in Actions and you get to this list here. I have already found the OpenShift workflow that I'm going to set up now to deploy to my OpenShift environment. I'm going to replace some of the values that you can use here to, for example, use your container registry, and then of course the two secrets pointing to your OpenShift cluster and your OpenShift token as well. You can also use your username and password, but that's pretty much all you need. I'm going to commit that to my repository, and that's going to trigger a build that, as you can see, it's just getting started right now. But that's pretty much all you have to do. And this application now will land in my OpenShift cluster. I'm going to very quickly walk you through the secret as well. As you can see, I have the registry password and the two values for my OpenShift environment, the server and the token. But that's it. Like, it's that simple. And now that the build is complete, let's see the URL for that application in my OpenShift cluster. This is a Quarkus app, so the startup time will be really fast. And that's it. My app is up and running now. We're very excited about this partnership, and we look forward to see what developers will build with this GitHub Actions for OpenShift and for other Red Hat projects.
I'm always so impressed by the ways our community is using Actions. I love this quote from McKesson, and I couldn't have said it better myself. The more you allow developers to do their best work, the more you automate the manual tasks, the more you can do for your customers. GitHub Actions enhance the developer experience through developer-focused workflows. By producing shared and secure ways to automate away the manual steps to shipping software, Actions allows developers to focus on writing code and in turn delivering great products to your customers, whether they're internal or external. But great developer experiences require more than the best features and an uninterrupted workflow. They also need to deliver peace of mind. Securing software is truly a team effort. Discovering, reporting, and remediating vulnerabilities is a full-time job, and not one everyone is equipped to do well. We've captured the expertise of world-leading security experts in our products so that addressing security concerns becomes a streamlined part of automated workflows, rather than something developers need to do on the side. Of course, security isn't just about preventing bad actors from breaching your code. It's also about ensuring that human error doesn't expose you or your customers to risk. On a random sample of over 500 advisories across 6 package ecosystems, we found that only 17% of security vulnerabilities are from malicious behavior. Put another way, 83% of vulnerabilities are simply the result of human error, mistakes that anyone could make and that could happen anywhere in any company. Vulnerabilities are hard to identify and expensive and time-consuming to remediate. With GitHub, you have an entire community of security researchers helping you find and fix vulnerabilities. In applying this tooling and expertise to open source software, suddenly the whole supply chain becomes more secure for us all, given that so much of today's software is built on open source. We believe in both securing the software supply chain and frequently scanning code before deployment to prevent vulnerabilities and their variants from making their way into production code. Security on GitHub works just like your developers do. It's centered around your code, embedded in existing collaboration workflows, and bolstered by the confidence and the power of the open source community. We can look at the process of patching vulnerabilities as an example of how this works in favor of developers. Repositories that automatically generate a Dependabot pull request patch their software 13 days sooner or 1.4 times faster than those who don't. That's huge when it comes to security. If you're not already using Dependabot, you should spend some time checking it out. As I mentioned, we have an incredible team of security researchers, and we've built their expertise directly and intuitively into the GitHub Enterprise platform. GitHub Enterprise Server customers now have access to GitHub's Advanced Security Suite, which includes CodeQL code scanning as part of their server deployment. The combination of advanced security and our supply chain security features, including Dependabot, offers companies with an on-prem deployment platform to help secure their use of open source, simplify security, and automate their application security practices. And yesterday, we announced the beta availability of secret scanning in GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0 to help prevent credentials and other protected information from being accidentally exposed or giving systems access to potential intruders. Security advisories, CodeQL code scanning, secret scanning, and Dependabot all work together to secure your code end-to-end. Security is not just about tools, it's also about the community working together. GitHub brings the power of the community to help secure software, including yours, into our platform through the Security Lab. Take Postmates, for example, who leverage CodeQL's code scanning to do what literally no other developer-focused security tooling can do. GitHub's security features meet developers where they are, in the source code. And we also have a fantastic partner here with us who's working to provide additional security capabilities to GitHub customers through their own integrations. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Matt from Bridgecrew, the cloud security platform for developers. With the advent of DevOps, GitOps, infrastructure as code becoming staples of our day-to-day, there's no better place than GitHub to start the development team's security journey. Bridgecrew's mission is to enable security where code happens, and we do this through frictionless infrastructure as code scanning, automated remediation, and runtime scanning. But most importantly, we do all of this right within the developer's existing workflows. Let's take a look at that. We'll start with TerraGoat, our intentionally vulnerable set of Terraform manifests for infrastructure as code security training. Here we have multiple infrastructures and multiple different types of Terraform resources. By cloning that locally, we can see we have a couple of Azure App Services. We can add a third and make a commit. We'll commit that to a new branch, and we'll push that. We'll then make a pull request against our main branch. And once that's done, we can see that pull request in GitHub. As you can see, Bridgecrew's already scanned this PR and found issues with our infrastructure as code security posture, which is highlighted. By scrolling to the bottom of the pull request, we'll find the Bridgecrew set of checks. Clicking details will take us to a single page where we can see all the issues and suggested remediations. To remediate, we can simply click on one of the issues, add it to our list of remediations, and click remediate. Going back to GitHub, this will automatically add a new commit into our PR to solve that particular security issue. Clicking on the individual pull request comments also takes us to guidance, so individual developers on the team can see context as to why that change needs to occur. While we're in the platform, let's look at existing issues within our main branch. As you can see, App Service 1 and 2 suffer from the same issue. Here we can click into them to see the same remediation suggestions, and even though they're already in our main branch, we can click remediate. This will generate, you've guessed it, a new pull request against that branch to fix the infrastructure as code issues already highlighted. We can also see from the types of violations in the list that Bridgecrew's also noticed one of these infrastructure as code issues has made it all the way to production and is highlighting a runtime violation from Azure for the same issue. Last but not least, we can also add badges to all our repos to highlight the infrastructure as code security posture to other developers and to make it easy to track our improvements.
Accelerating velocity is critical to keeping pace, but doing so without investing in security can create additional risk. We want to help teams ship more secure code faster, and a developer-focused approach supported by the community with the right tools and the right partners is the best way to get there. GitHub is where the world builds software. Over 50 million developers trust GitHub to collaborate, test, build, and deploy code, including over 70% of the Fortune 50. In fact, in the last year, over 60 million new repos were added and over 1.9 billion contributions were made. Those are some seriously big numbers. The stability and resilience of our global platform is critical to providing developers with a platform they can count on. GitHub Enterprise is built on the same principles as GitHub.com, and as a result, benefits from the years we've spent optimizing the platform to be trusted, reliable, and resilient. From day one, we've focused on building great products and experiences for the developers who spend their days or their nights on GitHub. From pull requests to code spaces, actions to code QL, and everything in between, our vision is to build the home for all developers, whether they're working on a fun side project or building mission-critical software for Fortune 500. Developers benefit from working in a collaborative community built around code, one that scales with each new project, allows for expertise sharing, cross-team problem solving, and code and workflow reuse. By replicating this experience in-house, enterprises can benefit from the practices that have helped the open source community grow and thrive. Call it inner sourcing or digital transformation. It boils down to empowering developers to work the way they work best, collaboratively and free from unnecessary distractions. Regardless of your goals for this year, whether it be to improve your workflows or to achieve your vision of digital transformation, investing in a top-notch developer experience will be key to your success. One that embraces the developer workflow, seamlessly addresses security and compliance, and provides access to a scalable, reliable platform built for developers. We're here to partner with you to accelerate developer velocity and deliver world-class software, and we're excited for what the future holds for us all. Thank you, and enjoy day 2 of GitHub Universe.
Hello, GitHub universe. I am Tracy DeLuca. I am founder and design strategist of How Might We Design, which is a design firm focused on global mental health transformation. I'm also the co-host of the Results May Vary podcast, which is a podcast to help you design your life. And I am so honored to be kicking off today's play session and introducing you to some concepts around creativity. We are going to be talking about sea squirts, brilliant babies, and our biological imperative to create. So let's begin. Most of all, I want to start off with just talking about, out of all of the mollusks in the world, my favorite, I'm sure just like yours, is the sea squirt. And that is for three reasons. One is because it's a fun name to say. Two is because, like its name implies, it will indeed squirt you in the face if you get too close. And three, I also love it because of what it teaches us about our own human unique quality to be able to create. So when a sea squirt is born, it has a tail and a bit of a brain. And its whole job at that point is to go out into the waters and find its safe perch to connect to. And once it does that, it finds a nice rock, a comfortable little home. It will drop its tail and it will consume its own brain matter so that it can use those resources for something more important. And that's because it doesn't have to do anything else for the rest of its life. It just stays on that perch and lets the nutrients sort of wash past it. And it doesn't need to explore or be an adventurer or get out into the world. Meanwhile, the human brain has evolved to have something called a prefrontal cortex, and that occupies more of the brain than in any other animal. So we are physiologically designed to solve problems creatively. The prefrontal cortex allows us to have complex thoughts and to be able to solve problems and make decisions. It also allows us to have our personality expression. So a sense of self-awareness. When you think of who am I, that is all happening from your prefrontal cortex. And then lastly, it's about social behavior. So how do we interact with one another? Those are the things that it helps do. And it's theorized that while the human brain as a whole has tripled in size throughout our 5 million years of evolution, the prefrontal cortex has actually gotten 6 times larger. So the resources that our brain has really prioritized this front part, this creative problem solving aspect. So you could say that you are alive because you are human, or because you are creative. You are a human, which means that you are creative. Another way to talk about this is looking at babies. So would you be surprised to learn that 1 out of 4 babies never learn to walk? Of course you would, because no matter how silly they look or how awkward or how much they fall down, we can look and see that babies are brilliant problem solvers, right? They intuitively know how to learn from failure, how to iterate their way forward, even without knowing the end goal from the beginning. So a baby's not like, hey, I've got to start walking here, right? Like, oh, this tummy time thing is fine for now, but like really I got to get up and just start moving. No, there really isn't a goal because they're in a constant state of development. So every day, every hour, every minute is a new challenge that they're trying to solve or a new skill that they're working to master. They just have this natural curiosity about themselves and their environment. And it's not just these biologically designed baby problem solvers, it's you too. So unlike our friend the sea squirt, which reaches a certain stage of development and then stops advancing, humans have this seemingly infinite capacity to learn new habits, skills, and capabilities throughout our lifetime. So let's take a pause for a minute and talk about what do we actually mean when we say creativity, right? And that's what I want to have you get out of this talk. So what is creativity? Why is it a useful muscle to strengthen? Why do we so often resist being creative or putting ourselves out there in that way? And how far can it take us? So what are the limits of creativity? And then I also want to talk about the strategies that our brain uses to create as well as to comfort itself, and then how you can use these strategies to advance to your advantage to be even more creative than you already are, because you know you are because you're human. And then what I'm going to ask for you to do is, if you could have a pen and a piece of paper or two, or a tablet, or just some sort of writing surface. We're going to do a couple of activities, but I want you to be able to write stuff down. So let's just start with a baseline. What do we mean when we say creativity? So creativity, standard definition, you can just Google it, forming something new and somehow valuable. So having some sense of value. That can be an intangible piece like an idea or a joke or a musical composition. It can be something physical, like a product or a painting or a book, right? When we talk about creativity, what we are not talking about is artistic ability. Creativity is not about being artistic. I can't draw, I can't write, I can't sing, and therefore I'm not creative. We hear that a lot. What's more true is that you may not have competently developed the skills to draw or to write or to sing, but you surely are capable of developing those skills. There's something you can learn, something that you can refine over time. You may not become Margaret Atwood or Yo-Yo Ma, but you can reliably improve with practice. And better yet, you can just enjoy an additional way to express your humanity, right? Artistic ability includes skills and talents and things around fine works of art, but it is not about how you can solve problems creatively. So it's probably fair to say that most of you in the GitHub universe are developers, although not all of you, but most of us do probably work in the tech industry to some degree. So if you're like most other people, you probably have had some experience with limiting beliefs around not being creative. And yet, you stand at the forefront of developing, your developers, or creating the ways that your fellow human beings interface with technology, which has seemingly limitless possibilities for the future of humankind. So think about that for a minute. Truly, that is an awe-inspiring creative superpower. You influence the future. And I just want you to remember that. So we're going to test some of our creative skills and just do a pretty simple exercise. Maybe you've seen it before. It's called 30 circles. And 30 circles, if you have your piece of paper or your tablet, get it out now. If you want to draw 30 circles on the page, they don't have to be perfect circles. If you want to draw triangles, you can do that too, or squares or rhombuses. And then I'm going to give you about a minute, just a quick minute, to draw as many recognizable objects as you can. So an example would be the sun or a smiley face, okay? And just take this time, if you have your circles drawn, even if they're tiny little scribbles, just take this time, about a minute, and draw as many objects as you can. All right, I'll give you this time to go. And don't worry about making it perfect. Don't worry about whether you're artistic. We already talked about that. Just how many different ways can you look at these circles and transform them into something else? Maybe think about ways that you can break the rules. Are there rules? I don't even know. All I said was to as many objects as you can. So one thing to consider is, what rules have you placed upon yourself? And are you actually capable of breaking them? All right, I'm going to give you just about 10 more seconds. push yourself to come up with something maybe a little different than what you've already been doing. And I wonder if anybody will actually get to 30. Probably not. It's not that much time. I've kind of boxed you in. All right. So just taking a look at what you've drawn. Yeah, think about, like, you've created in a very short period of time with very minimal instruction, you've created something new, didn't exist before you started, and also something valuable. And the value in it, in this case, is the ability to communicate your concepts. So maybe you did draw a smiley face or a steering wheel or Saturn, right? All you're trying to do with this is to get your point across to another person around what the object is that you've created. And that is valuable. And we do that all the time. This exercise was pretty easy. And we're really good as humans at creating solutions to easy problems. All of the easy problems have already been solved for the most part. And so what we're left with are the ones that are more complex. And so we need a way to reliably solve those. And so that's why we want to use creative problem-solving processes. So there are a few reasons why. One is so that you can expand your potential solution set. Now, this is interesting because oftentimes, you know, we're smart human beings. We've gotten really far in life. We are still alive, so we've been able to manage to solve some pretty good problems so far. And we think that because we know things, we know some things, that we should be able to know all the things, right? And I love this cartoon because, you know, it says, "Is this where you lost your wallet?" He says, "No, I lost it in the park, but this is where the light is. This is where my human experience has given me knowledge about the answer. So my truths about the world are here. And so when I'm presented with a problem, I'm going to go to my own personal truths about the world to look for a solution. And if I don't find a ready-made solution, I'm going to take some of the strategies that I have and I'm going to try and apply them to these problems. And chances are I'm not going to succeed as well as I could because I'm not really open to looking for other potential solutions. And so what we want to do is to expand our potential solution set, to broaden that beam of light, and to have more creative building blocks or materials that, when combined together in different ways, can give us new solutions. So we don't want to be making assumptions, and we don't want to stay as tethered to our own experience. We want to seek new ways. Another reason why we want to use creativity would be to validate the future before investing in it. A way that we operate often in business world, and I'm sure you've had your experiences with this, is that we'll come up with an idea, we think it's pretty brilliant, and then we work on it and we focus on the details and we just really are trying to refine everything before we, ta-da, present it to the world. And sometimes it falls on its face, right? And we're so confused about why that is. So we want to use a creative process to really give people a way to communicate back to us and provide feedback at all of the stages along the idea creation process, right? So in my work, often we'll create the most scrappy prototypes. So like this one, just, you know, a marker, a clothesline pin, and some tape, and put it in the hands of, in this case, of surgeons to say, would this feel comfortable for you in an operating room? Like, could you imagine holding this in your hand for 6 hours or 12 hours or however long it's going to take to do the surgery? And they can pretty quickly say yes or no and why. Without that provocation, it's hard for them to really communicate about that. But with something tangible, even like our circle drawings, saying, you know, how does this work for you? You know, what would you do differently? What do you wish it included? Those types of questions can really start a dialogue that gives you information that allows you to validate your process all along the way without waiting to that big ta-da moment and giving someone a gift that they don't actually want, right? We want to make sure that our ideas that we're putting out into the world to interact with other people are things that are going to be of value to them. And then the third reason why we might use a creative process would be to weather the discomfort of not knowing. So like I said, we love to know things. We're smart individuals. And so when we don't know something, it can feel very just demoralizing sometimes, right? So we want to use a creative process that gives us some space to really think about the challenge at hand and not make those assumptions, not jump to conclusions. So often we can feel threatened or feel like this process is very chaotic. And for people who don't typically engage in creative problem-solving processes, it might even look like you're wasting time, right? Like, we need the answer today. We don't have time to wait for user research or, some of the things that you might want to do to validate the future. We want the answer to the future now. And part of what I do in my work is to remind people that this discomfort is actually great because it reminds you that you are exploring uncharted territory. And for a lot of the very complex problems that we have to solve, like right now, climate change and, getting distribution of vaccines to the pandemic to billions of people within a short period of time, those challenges are not going to be answered by very simple solutions. Because again, if they were, we would have already used them. We would already use those strategies. And so when we're looking for new solutions, that increases our possibility of success. And we wouldn't be working the problem, otherwise we would be working the solution. If we had the answer to climate change, we would be working that solution. So we want to have an opportunity to reframe the discomfort that we feel when we're in a creative problem-solving process. So, okay, great. We understand, what creativity is. We understand why we would use it. So why is it then, if we're on board with those concepts, why do we resist so often this idea of a new idea of creativity? Why are we so wedded to our old ways of thinking? And you may have said this, or I'm sure you've heard other people say it. It's like, no, we do things this way here, or we've tried that already and it didn't work, so we went back to the way that we've done it. We've always done it this way. Right? Well, okay, that's fine if all you're doing is replicating over and over again. But if you're creating something new, you need to be open to this idea. So how do we think about resistance to creativity? One of the interesting things that I learned recently is that the human brain is in this constant state of flux between two extremes. On one side, you have safety, and then on the other side, you have novelty. And if we think about our sea squirt example, right? At first, that sea squirt was super adventurous. He was out in the ocean and looking for his perfect Shangri-La that he was going to stay for the rest of his life. And then once he found it, he sort of retreated back to safety. And so for us, all of us have a different set point along this continuum. Some of us just are, more adventurous, thrill seekers, people who jump off of cliffs and, have like their little wings and things. Like those people are on the far side of novelty. And then some people are really about comfort and tradition, homebodies. We have words for these things. One of my favorite examples is thinking about politics. At least in the United States, our language is conservatives and progressives, right? So either side of that continuum. Now, the truth is we all live somewhere in the middle, but even the way that we think about simple, basic concepts in our society sort of maps to this framework. And I've personally found it incredibly useful to think about, where am I on the spectrum today? Because even if I have a set point, I could have an interaction that throws me back to wanting to seek safety, or I could be really bored, like being shut down during a pandemic, and want to seek some novelty. And so how can I react to the different states that my brain is in. So if we move towards the novelty side, that's really where we're talking about creativity. So the newness, the openness to new ideas. If we look towards the safety side, what it is about is comfort and feeling that sense of security, right? Like, oh, there was a lion, right? If you think about evolution, there was a lion or a tiger that was chasing me. I got back to my home base, my cave, wherever, and now I'm going to try and self-soothe. So when we're looking at solving problems in a business context, really, well, it can be a business context or a life concept, really. The goal is discomfort, but not too much. And so again, that's going to be in a constant state of flux. We want to reliably find this Goldilocks zone. And so that could look like you really learning and understanding more about yourself. It could look like you really understanding and learning about your team, and your team having this language to say, ooh, where are we on this spectrum between novelty and safety? How do we push ourselves, or how do we nudge ourselves more towards this novelty if you have a problem that you're trying to solve together? And so, we want to really understand the mechanism that the brain uses for creativity and comfort. And then that's what we're going to be spending the rest of our time on today as we break these concepts down. And before we do that, I really just wonder, just take a moment to think about, how have these concepts, how has this framework come up for you? Maybe even in just the past day or two. Are there moments when you've been thinking like, oh, I could see I was needing to feel a sense of safety, and I did some sort of retreating or comforting, or where you're just getting fed up with being stuck at home or whatever is happening in your life, and you just needed to add some sort of invigorating aspect to your day. And does that really apply to you? I'd be curious to know. So, okay, how far can we push creativity? So if we have novelty at the far end of that spectrum, where does that spectrum end? And so I want to do something with you. One of the myths that we have about creativity, another thing that sort of holds us back when we think about it is, oh, creativity is only presenting something that's never been seen before. If I've seen it or it's been done before, even if it's been done in a different way, then that's not creativity. It's only, something that we've never done or seen before. So how do we get to that point? How do we make that big leap into the unknown? And so I want to try an exercise with you. This is another drawing exercise. So we are collectively going to come up with the most creative thing that has ever existed in the entire world. We're going to do it in a few minutes. And what we're going to do is to draw an alien. So when you think about aliens, you might have some preconceived notions about what they look like, right? Because it could be what you've seen in science fiction, maybe the last movie that you saw where it featured an alien, so you have that on your mind. That's not the alien that I want you to draw today, right? Because we've already seen that. And creativity is supposed to be about taking these big leaps into the unknown. So what I'd love for you to do instead is to imagine that we're not on Earth, right? Because aliens don't live here, or do they? I don't know. We're not, maybe let's not even be in a planet in our solar system. And maybe let's expand beyond the galaxy. And maybe let's even think about if we live in a multiverse, which is a theory, maybe we'll be in a totally different universe than we are now. And maybe that universe has completely different laws that affect us. So we're carbon-based life forms, right? So maybe it's a silicon-based life form, or maybe it's a uranium-based life form. I don't know. But let's travel. Why don't we travel to the GitHub universe? Let's go there And let's imagine what an alien from the GitHub universe could look like. And what are those fundamental laws and differences that exist in that universe? And then what does that make possible, right? Okay, so this should be good because we're all so super smart and super creative that we can imagine what these aliens are going to look like. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to sketch your outcome. And then I would really love it if you wouldn't mind. There should be a link where you can take a picture of your alien and then send it back so that I can see all of the amazing creatures that you've created. And then I can add it to my own drawing. Okay, so I'm going to give you, this shouldn't take too long. I think I'm just going to give you 3 minutes. And so maybe I'll lead you through, as you start drawing, kind of just some prompts around what you could be thinking about. And so, yeah, you're in the GitHub universe. Who is there? What sorts of, maybe there's planets, maybe there's not. And traveling through and finding a location where you spot an alien. Oh my goodness, like you're the first human being to ever come upon this creature. Or is it a creature? I don't know. The laws are different. So what is it? And so really, think about how does it, well, first maybe like figure out what the environment looks like around it. And you can sketch a little bit of that. Put more focus though on the actual alien itself, but give a hint of what this world looks like. And think about things like, what does it look like, for one? What sort of texture or shape does it take? You can think about, does it have a color or a sheen? Some sort of, just some sort of coating to itself. Maybe, maybe not, right? I don't want to feed you the answer, but I do want you to think about the different elements. And so it could be thinking about, well, how does it communicate? Is there more than one? Is it in community or is it solo? If it is in community, how does it interact? Does it interact like itself? Or maybe it's not in community with that is like itself. How does it interact with things that are dislike itself? You can think about what sensory perceptions does it have, right? So we can see, we can hear, we can feel, we can smell, we can taste. Does this creature have other sensory perceptions? What else? How does it transport itself? How does it get around? Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe like the C-squared, it stays in one place. And so if it is mobile, how is it mobilized? And if it's immobile, then what is it doing? And thinking about like, okay, what does a day in the life look like for this creature? What's its main focus or its main goal for the day, for today? Does it have emotions? Yeah, does it have an internal monologue like sometimes we do? Is there a language that it communicates in? Just really thinking about not just the form of this alien, but the experience that it has, its purpose, its reason for being. Again, if there is one. Not having one is also a fine answer. And so just giving you a few minutes to finish that up and thinking about what would it want us to know? If it could communicate, if it does have a way to do that, what would it want us to know about itself? Living in this universe, living by these different laws. Yeah, I really am just curious what you guys are coming up with. So please take a photo and share it back. Okay, let's wrap that up. You guys have done a great job. Your drawings all look amazing. I cannot see them right now, but I know for sure that they are wildly creative. So I did this exercise when I was a kid. I remember sitting down to draw, and the challenge I gave to myself was draw an alien like you've never seen before. And so I thought, just like, oh, my brain, and I'm just like trying to imagine something different. And what I ended up drawing, it's like, I put the legs where the arms go. It was basically a human form. And I remember feeling like, no, that I know that this isn't right. This isn't enough. This isn't alien enough. But I really just couldn't get to this place of something I'd never seen before. And then just a few years ago, I went to an exhibit for Stanley Kubrick, who is an amazing filmmaker, and I love his films so much. Clockwork Orange is my favorite of his. And I came upon a quote that he had on the wall when this one was talking about 2001 Space Odyssey. And he was saying, there was a story about him and his coworkers. They were all sitting in a room, like these really smart, super creative people, very imaginative, and they were trying to determine what the alien in the movie was going to look like. And they were thinking, and they have all their, visual inspiration around them and whatnot. And what he said was, it soon became apparent that you can't imagine the unimaginable. And that really just, it spoke to that little girl who had tried to do that drawing. It's like, oh, it's not possible because I only have the creative building blocks that I'm aware of, right? That I've experienced in my life. I have no more than that. And that kind of, in one sense, it's like, oh, is that really true? But in the other sense, it kind of lets you off that hook of, well, creativity is only what we've never seen before. It's actually like we can't get to that state. So there are other strategies for how we do that. And one is really what I'd already said or alluded to, which is that what already is helps us imagine what could be. So the creative building blocks that we have are the things that are going to get us to the new and novel. And so some examples of that, this is a peregrine falcon and a stealth bomber, right? And look how just beautifully they look like one another, right? So we can take what we learn from our environment around us and create something new from it. So there's a whole field of study called biomimicry. And that field looks at the problem-solving strategies that looks at the natural world. How can we learn from the natural world around us? The billions and billions of years that life around us has been evolving and solving these complex challenges through its own evolutionary process. And how can we take those and apply them to our own lives and in our own environments? So this is one way. Another way that we do that is something called, is called skeuomorphs. So this is taking objects that are features that we already are familiar with, translating that into something new. So the past helps us bridge comfortably into the future. And so if you look at your phone, I mean, this is an outdated phone, but if you look, like the YouTube icon looks like a 1950s television. Well, most of us weren't even around in that era. So why is that the chosen image for what's on your phone? And the reason is because that feels comfortable and familiar. So when you're introducing a new concept, you want to have a little bit of that comfort on that comfort spectrum. You want to have a little bit of that so that people feel safe moving towards the new. They can be curious about it, and it doesn't feel so dissimilar to the experience that they have that they don't want to engage. And then really thinking about, the myth of the giant leap is actually more about it being tiny, tiny steps over long periods of time. And then we can look back and say, oh, wow, could you imagine, like you couldn't have imagined 12 years ago, you couldn't have imagined what something like the iPhone would inspire, how it's transformed industries, how it's transformed communication, right? Now we can look at that and say, oh, wow, what a giant leap forward that we made. But really, the iPhone was, preceded by the flip phone and other, it's not just about Apple, it's other companies making phones. Before that, it was the cordless phone. Before that, it was the corded phone, and go back and back and back. And we can trace those things back. And that's really how we make these giant leaps. They seem like giant leaps, but they're tiny steps over time. And so let's talk a little bit about how the brain creates, because in that are pretty great lessons about how we can then create. So thinking about, there are 3 basic strategies. This was another concept that when I learned this, having worked in the creative field for a really long time, finally discovering that there's 3 basic strategies for how the brain creates was like, oh, I can spend less time trying to figure out how to be creative and more time applying these strategies. And so there's 3. They're blend, bend, and break. And I will break them down so that we can have a better understanding of them. So the first one is blend. Blend seems to be the easiest. So if we're thinking about skew morphs, I would start with this slide so that you feel more comfortable before we get to the other topics. So blend is about merging sources. So it's a pharaoh, it's a lion, we put them together, we get a sphinx, right? Pretty easy concept. We've got a man, we've got a fish, we've got Aquaman. We see this all the time. It's a really fun one to play with and to, be an entry point to creativity. I think that if you look at kids, like they do this all the time in their drawings. So it's about melding and combining, splicing and weaving, bringing 2 things or more together. The next concept is bend. And so bend is really about changing by degrees. And that's why I love to share this. I mean, I love dogs, but I love to share this because you think about, okay, you all started from wolves, and then over time, breeders selected for these various traits. I want a wolf that's a little more snuggly, that's less bitey. It's not going to kill me when I'm around the campfire. And then suddenly we get Chihuahuas and Dachshunds and Bulldogs and all of these things that we have exaggerated certain features over a period of time. So it's about warping or distorting. We can also bend time, or we can bend language. We can exaggerate features, make something really big or really small. And then the third one is break. And this one, in the tech world, like breaking things down into pixels or breaking different sets of code apart. It's pulling the constituent pieces apart, looking at those, and then recombining them in different ways. So a fun one that I think about is, we can break up time. So if you ever have seen Rocky or any movie that has a montage, we don't have to be with Rocky for the 6 months that he takes to train. We can just see a couple of clips. Oh, he's drinking a raw egg. He is running next to Mickey's car. He's punching a bag. Now he's in the ring, and he's going to do the fight. we catch up with him because we've broken time down and rearranged it into a way that's easier for us to communicate. So fragments and bits and pieces. I feel like I skipped one, did I? We have, oh, okay. There's those three. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Bend, blend, and break. So now I want you to actually get your alien back out and take a look at what you came up with. And can you see, I'm really curious, like, can you see these different brain strategies incorporated into what you created? So do you have elements that you took one creature from another and put them together, things that you've already, been exposed to? Were there things that you exaggerated features? So one big giant eye, or, tiny little feet or hands like a T-Rex. And then did you break things apart and recombine them in different ways? And maybe you broke things apart from one creature that you know and broke things apart from another creature you knew, and then combine those together. So you're breaking and blending. It's not just one at a time, it's all of these combined. Then I also want to talk about the flip side of that framework. So how does your brain seek comfort, right? How do we move to the safety side? And this is important because fear can stifle creativity. So again, those spectrum and those endpoints on the spectrum aren't wrong, but if we're seeking new solutions, we want to kind of break out of the fear. So these you're probably more familiar with, the 3 brain strategies for dealing with threat: fight, flight, and freeze. And sometimes people talk about fawn, or there's other ones, but these are the 3 we'll focus on. So fight, right? You versus me. I have the better idea. Who's going to win this competition? Like, I'm smarter than you. I'm going to take you down. When we're in that mode, we really stifle our ability to be creative, because what we're more doing is being dominant over someone or something, right? We're trying to win. We're not trying to push the boundaries of what's new. We may think that our idea does that, but when we're in this adversarial relationship, we can't actually do what we want. So we want to move from you versus me to you plus me. And why that's important, we're building upon each other, right? We're making it about the problem to solve and not about our inner connection. It's about bringing together this diversity of thought, this diversity of unique life experiences. So earlier I said, you have your own human truth. The experiences that you've had in your life inform you about the world, but your truth is just as true as the person next to you, who might believe totally different truths about the world, which I'm not talking about whether science is true or not. It's just your experience with the world is the lens through which you see it. So there are facts, but there are also human experiences that inform you. So we want to use those unique differences and looking at a problem together, to combine those together and see what new things can we come up with. How do we pressure test this idea so that it's more relatable for more people? How do we strengthen it? And you could use the brain creation strategy of blend here. So you take chocolate, you take peanut butter, and they're both amazing on their own. I will argue that they are so much better when you combine them together, right? So my perspective plus your perspective plus 4 other people's perspective about this very complex problem. We all have our own expertise. We all have our unique human experiences. Wow, look how much more robust and complex this solution is. And that's how we solve more complex challenges, right? So, okay, that's fight. Now the next one is flight. So we want to move from fleeing the scene, like, oh, I feel so uncomfortable here, like I just have to get out, to embracing vulnerability, letting your freak flag fly, being your authentic self, or crossing into the vulnerability barrier. And why this is important is because we want to be able to have curiosity, right? We want to be able to have empathy for a situation or for people that have different experiences than us. So in this example, I'm saying that you could use bend, an exaggeration, or a warping. And in this example, I was working on a project for rheumatoid arthritis, and none of us on the team had this condition. And we wanted to really understand, what does it feel like on just an everyday basis for somebody who has, in this case, rheumatoid arthritis really affects the joints. It stiffens them, it makes it hard to move and things like that. So we really wanted to understand what it was like. So we exaggerated our features by wrapping our hands and our wrists and our ankles. And then we just went out into the world and we, went and bought some coffee. We walked down the promenade to like a marketplace, and we tried to interact with the cashier. And what ended up happening was, we'll never really truly understand what it's like to live with that disease without having that be our life experience, but we can have a taste of what that feels like. So what it was increased pain. Over the course of the day, it just became so painful to move, which made us irritable, which made us slow, which when we were interacting with the cashier and fumbling in our wallets trying to get payment, the frustration of that person and then having to manage that. So it was a really interesting empathy exercise for us and taught us a lot just by, again, like exaggerating the features to have a different experience. And then lastly, fight, flight, freeze, right? Freeze, you go from no way forward. I'm paralyzed. I don't know what to do here. There's no instruction. We can move to taking any action. So take a little lesson from the baby, right? Baby's learning to walk. They don't know how to do it. They're getting up, they're falling down. All they're doing is just trying anything they can to get to the next level without really thinking about what that next level is. So another way to think about this is those creative building blocks, what was in your light source in the beginning of the presentation, just juggle what you got, right? Like take different elements and put them together, blend them together and see what happens. Or in this case, break them down. What do I have? What are the elements that I have? How can I break them down? And then how can I recombine them in a new way to get to something novel? So in this example, this is my good friend, Ina, and we were working on a project where we had to create a short film, but we didn't really start with a script. We started with questions, and then we were using the film as a way to sort of synthesize our information. We tried a couple different strategies. Like one was, going into a Word doc and just trying to write up what the script was. But we had so much content. We had so many quotes and things from people that we had talked to that it was unwieldy. Then we tried Trello and we tried to put the quotes on different cards. But it was like we couldn't process this information well enough with the tools that we had. So we decided to go totally old school. We just printed out all of the quotes and then we broke them down. We cut them up into different pieces, got this big piece of craft paper and just started like piecing it together. And we could very easily swap things around and it just made it possible for us to then come up with the script and then put it into, digital form and have the editor cut the film together. So just different ways that you can use these brain strategies, both from the creativity side as well as getting a little bit further out of your comfort zone. So, okay, I want to do a recap because the brain loves to have a recap. And so, all right, we know your brain is a creativity machine. Never again, please don't ever say that you are not creative. You know that you are physiologically designed to be a creative creature on this planet. You already have exactly what you need to be creative. You were born with it. We also know that babies are brilliant. but that you are smarter and you are way more creative than a baby. You can actually stand up for most of the day and be pretty good at walking, you know? So what else are you capable of? What else is possible for you? Then we also want to remember, when your brain is in a state of fight, flight, or freeze, then all you have to do is blend, bend, and break. And I would love to hear over time kind of how these strategies come to life for you and what that makes possible. I did want to share a few of the resources that I've used to create this presentation, as well as just what has informed my own life and my practice of creativity. I feel like I was one of the luckier ones that when I was younger, you know, everybody sort of has a moment where they're taught or told that they aren't creative. Somebody makes a comment that just sort of knocks you off your platform. I was lucky enough that I had some musical skills and some writing skills. So I was sort of given a creativity hall pass, right? A permission slip that then took me on my journey in my career and got me to a place where I never had to question, and now I can question whether or not I'm creative enough or, you know, good enough at my job. But for the most part, I knew inherently that I was creative, and not everybody has that. So hopefully this presentation has done a lot to unlock that for you. But I also just wanted to share some of these resources. So Well-Designed Life is a book by Dr. Kyra Bobinet. She is a neuroscientist, she's a brain doctor turned behavior change expert. And she wrote this amazing book called Well-Designed Life. So I read this after I had had a pretty long career in design, and I thought, I don't want to read another design book. Like, this isn't going to tell me anything new. But the way that she approaches habit change based on brain science is really transformative. Likewise, Carol Dweck, she is the author of, she's the one who's popularized growth mindset versus fixed mindset. And so talking about how growth mindset is realizing, just like this presentation has talked about, that you can learn new skills, habits, and capabilities over time, that you aren't fixed with the brain you have, and it's immovable. When I was younger, I used to think, I'm bad at learning foreign languages, which is sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The reality is if I actually did my homework and practiced and did flashcards, I could have gotten good at Italian, but instead I've let it all leave my brain. Connections is by James Burke. This is actually a series, a TV series that talks about, when I was talking about all of the different tiny steps over a long period of time, he tracks that back and tells you the story from the plow in a field to, I don't know if this is true, but to the computer, or a perfume atomizer to spritz on your neck, to the pistons in a car and how that operates. It's a really fascinating series if you can get your hands on it. And Brené Brown is sort of my hero of the moment. Her book around Dare to Lead, and just thinking about how vulnerability and leadership really go hand in hand, I think is spectacular. There's also Coactive Leadership, which is a book that I read that looks at the different dimensions of leadership. And so it goes from, traditionally, we're like, I'm the leader, I'm the person in front, and I'm telling you where we're going, and you're coming along with me. It actually talks about, there's that kind of leadership, which actually isn't super successful. Like, what you want to do if you're leading from the front is to be bringing people along with you as you go forward. You need people enrolled in your vision in order to take them forward. But then there's also leading with another person, or leading from behind, which is you're sort of the spot checker for the person who has the vision, and you're helping keep them on track. Lots of different perspectives on how to lead from more than just the front. Joyful is a book from Ingrid Fettel-Lee, who is a fellow IDEO alum. She's done a wonderful talk on a TED Talk, if you want to look that up. But her book on joy and the different aspects of joy, what we find joyful, has a lot of science behind it too. So I was really impressed with that. How to Fly a Horse, Kevin Ashton, is another great book to break down the creativity myths. And again, he's a proponent of these tiny steps forward, not just great leaps. So he demystifies all of the things that we think we know about creativity. And then Runaway Species, this book, out of all the books, is my favorite and where I got the frameworks for the safety and novelty, as well as the 3 strategies for how the brain creates the blend, bend, and break. It just blew my mind reading this book. So I hope that you guys find these resources helpful. They've been incredibly helpful for me. And then I'll do a little plug of my own creative ambition. Results May Vary podcast, I think I mentioned it in the beginning, is a podcast to help you design your life. And one of the things that was really interesting to me when I worked at IDEO was I realized that I had started to take the skills and tools that I was applying in the business context. It was actually impacting how I approached my life, and realizing that I had the potential to design my life in certain ways that, you know, I could blend, bend, and break it down and then make new decisions. And what that has made possible for me since I've discovered that concept and started applying it to my life is if I think about who I was as a kid, would have just blown my mind. So we talk to people like Dr. BJ Miller, who is a triple amputee as well as a palliative care doctor, and thinking about, you know, how can we use the lessons of death and dying to influence how we live. We've talked to Sasha Sagan, who is an author and filmmaker, as well as the daughter of astronomer Carl Sagan, who is my other personal hero, as well as Andrian. So she is the producer of the current Cosmos series, and she was married to Carl, and they've created so many amazing scientific but engaging stories together. And Sasha wrote this amazing book called Small Creatures Such as We, that is also incredibly inspiring. And then Dr. Kyra Bobinet was just on the show, and then Katia Verison is our new co-host and an executive coach. So lots of different inspiration points for creativity, and hopefully you'll watch or you'll listen to it and enjoy it. But really what I'm most grateful for is you joining me today, engaging in this presentation, hopefully drawing some pretty cool aliens, sending them my way because I'm super curious. And then I hope for you that creativity no longer feels alien, and that you feel really inspired to go out and make the future happen, because future doesn't just happen because time goes by. Well, it does, but we have the capability to influence what the future looks like. And you are in the perfect position to make that happen. And I'm so grateful for your time and attention, and have a great rest of your play session in the GitHub universe. Bye. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is James Proctor, and this session is called Seeing the Data Around Us. So we're looking here at a satellite image of the area around the GitHub office in San Francisco. But my goal here is to get us thinking about data at a bit more of like a human, first-person kind of scale. So what we're going to do today, we're going to go through some introductions. I'll tell you a little bit about myself and where I work. And then we're going to go through data collection, where we're probably going to spend most of our time. And then we're going to get into analysis and sketching, right? So finding patterns in that data. And then finally, visualization. So like thinking about, well, how do we refine sketches? How do we try to get towards a finished product? And the goal here really is to go start to finish through the visualization process, because we want to think about and understand that process, right? More so than worrying about creating like an amazing visual right away. We want to like understand, a pattern that we can use in the future. So I'm going to show you an example piece that I made recently, just kind of going through these steps, did it over the weekend. And you'll see it's really simple, right? So I would encourage you to do something like not too complicated like that to start with, just because, makes it manageable. And it'll give you a pattern to follow in the future. So, first, me. I'm James Proctor. I'm a data visualization engineer at a company called Pitch Interactive. And I'm also an artist. And, in both of those sort of capacities, I work a lot with software and digital tools. I'm interested in themes, but in particular, the built environment. So things like housing and transportation, which are really pressing issues here in the Bay Area where I live. And I think those things are interesting because I think they reflect our values, right? What sort of things get built and for whose benefit. Pretty interesting, kind of tells you a lot. So a lot of my suggestions will be about things in the physical world and public space, because that's where my mind tends to go. But I would say, you should choose topics you're interested in, right? Because that'll make this much more fun for you. Another thing that kind of became a theme in this presentation, sort of unintentionally, is COVID. We're going to see a few different pieces that relate to that. So I don't know, prepare yourself. Wasn't my intent. But so Pitch Interactive, where I work, is a studio that creates data visualizations and interactive experiences. So we do work across a pretty wide range of media. Web apps and interactives are probably the thing we do most often, but, we've worked on physical installations, projections, pieces for print. So I'm going to share a few examples here with you to just give you a sense for the work, kind of where I'm coming from. So this is a piece called Out of Sight, Out of Mind, and it's about drone strikes in Pakistan. This is probably one of the pieces we're better known for. It's something we would call like a narrative visualization. And we worked here with data from the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. And the idea was to take this thing that's, Americans often feels very distant and kind of intangible. And we wanted to use choices of things like animation and color in the way that we presented it to kind of give it the appropriate weight, right? To make this thing sort of visible and affecting. Another piece, this one has sort of a personal angle on it because we're based in California. This is called Drought Monitor, and it grew out of work we had done in print for Scientific American. And we were sort of interested to add a little more to that story. So some of it's like new data, but some of it's also this interactive component, this ability to kind of look at particular seasons in more detail. And at a high level, what the story is here is really that these extreme wet and dry conditions have become more frequent and more volatile over time, particularly in the last few decades. You can see that towards the right side of the graph, in addition to the sort of overall drying trend in California that I guess we all know about. This is the last example I'll show you. This is a visualization of COVID cases, right? You've probably seen maps like this. And the thing that makes this one a little bit distinct is sort of its purpose. So we created it in partnership with a group called Big Local News. They're out of Stanford University. And we had some support as well from the Google News Initiative. And so the purpose, our goal in creating it, was for it to be a tool for journalists. So it has a bunch of sort of embedded options for embedding, right? So that if you have an article about a particular area, you can sort of select kind of the level of focus. So we've got country level in most cases. Where we can, we've got state or province level views. And then within the US, we can actually go down to specific counties. And so, it's set up such that, you can have this included in an article and just always have up-to-date visuals to go along with it. So, I mentioned our format. I'll just kind of hit those points again, right? Data collection, analysis and sketching, and visualization. And So why are we doing it this way? I'm going to make a few references to things like paper and pencil. What's all that about? This is adapted from a workshop that I've run in person in the past. And the idea there has typically been that, over the course of, a day or whatever it is, over the course of the session, we're going to walk through those steps, go out and collect the data, do the sketching, create a visualization. And, again, the point is sort of the same point that I mentioned before. So we want to keep the focus on the process. And so for those in-person workshops, generally, I emphasize using analog tools because it's great to not have to debug everyone's setup and just kind of get going right away. But we're not going to do that today because you're doing this on your own time, right? If you're already familiar with, a digital tool that you want to use, that's great. You can go for it. I use things like D3 and React and different libraries, daily, right? They're great tools. They're really wonderful technologies. But I would say, however you sort of choose to approach this, what I want to encourage you to do is just keep that focus on process in mind. So just, don't get too hung up on what's easy or hard to do in a particular library. Don't worry about making a visual that's really flashy. Just try to go through this in a way where you can think through the process, and then that will be applicable to your next project, right? Where maybe you get a little more ambitious. So we're going to start off with data collection. I sort of said this before, but we're going to spend more time on this step because that's the seeing part of seeing the data around us, and also because a lot of technical tutorials on data visualization start you off with a sample data set. And that's great, for getting out of the gate and learning a new technique or something. But we want to start with the collection itself. And the reason for that is, right, it's good to see the messiness of encoding information from the world, right? So the real world is fuzzy. There's just a ton of detail there. You're not going to capture it all. You're going to have to make judgment calls about what's important and what counts, in terms of the story that you want to tell. This is kind of a silly example, right? But something that seems really simple would be okay, I'm going to watch people, walk by on the street, look out my window and say, what are the colors of the clothes that they're wearing, right? Just think that would be pretty simple, right? But say someone goes by and you're oh, is that a red shirt or a mauve shirt? Or what if they're wearing a complex pattern, right? They got paisley on or something. You're okay, well, do I mark down the dominant color? Do patterns get their own category? Do different patterns get their own category? So again, it's a little silly, but these are good things to be aware of, because then when you do get someone else's data set, you can approach it with that kind of critical eye and say, okay, what were the sort of editorial choices that went into this, right? Their methodology, how did they choose it? Why? And it's not to say that any of that's sinister, right? You have to reduce complexity in order to, tell an effective story, in order to kind of make that information manageable. But it also, it should be something that you're aware of. In terms of actually collecting the data, there's all sorts of ways to go about it. Again, there's wonderful technologies like databases and spreadsheets and stuff. But all tools have different strengths and weaknesses, and they often will push you in a particular direction. So, I would encourage you to kind of think about, what do I want to find out, and then choose a method that will work well for that. So, paper and pencil are great because they're really flexible. You're not going to do a big data set with them, right? It'd be very time consuming, but you can add or drop characteristics on the fly. You can kind of make notes in the margins. And you can also use sort of expressive marks or symbols. There's tally apps, right? So maybe you're going to go out into the world and you just want to mark down things in particular categories. That'll be well suited for that, but it's less flexible. You won't necessarily be able to add something on the fly. Other things to consider, maybe you want to take photos to capture those colors, or you're going to record some audio to get levels. So all sorts of different things can work. I'm going to show a couple of examples now of sort of novel methods of data collection. So this is a piece by artist Ekene Ejioma, and he set up this website and a phone line that allows people to call in, record their voices. And then also there's a way for others to kind of help identify and transcribe their messages. And so this is for a piece called Accounting. And so it's like a series of voice portraits for different U.S. cities, right? So I think this is really cool. It's done in response to the census, right? You can sort of see that, but it's also capturing this more nuanced kind of personal thing than the census does, right? Like the human voice. Another sort of novel example, right? This is what Nicholas Felton calls photo visualization. So he's sort of aggregating these photos, and the story is about how they, come together to form patterns. So all sorts of things can be methods for collecting your data, right? Keep your options open. And just, I've given you a few examples here for things you might want to collect. You don't need to use these, but just to kind of get your mind going, you might look out your window and say, well, okay, what kind of birds do I see in the yard? How many raccoons are trying to dig into my trash? Maybe you go through your ticket stubs. There's all kinds of things you can do, right? The main recommendation I would make here is, well, sort of two things. The one is choose something you're interested in. And because that'll just make this much more enjoyable. If it's something you find boring, you won't want to spend time with it. And that's the second thing, is that allow a good chunk of time here, because often, like in the process of collecting data, you might get new ideas. You might change your mind about what's interesting. So you could go out in the world and maybe something catches your eye that's different. And so give yourself that chance to like add a dimension to your data or change approaches. Because that's fine and it'll be more interesting. The other thing I want to sort of stay at this stage are two sort of disclaimers, right? And the one is, we've mentioned a few different sort of suggestions or projects that involve data on people. And what I would say is just like, if you are going to record data on human beings, just be thoughtful, be circumspect, right? Don't creep anybody out. Don't share information that could put someone at risk. Just kind of consider, like, how would you feel if someone was recording this data about you? And the other thing is then, hey, yourself, be careful, right? So don't put yourself in a risky situation. Use good judgment. Consider your own safety as well. And if you're looking for more inspiration about things to collect, a really cool project that you could look at is this book called Dear Data. And so this is something that Stephanie Posovic and Georgia Lupi created. They're both really impressive data viz practitioners. But here what we're sort of seeing is these interesting, like, experimental and very sort of like personal visualizations that they created. So the project was that they, every week for a year, they collected a particular sort of personal data about their lives and then made a visualization on like a postcard and mailed it to each other. So really, really interesting project. Lots of cool ideas there. And so, as I mentioned, I went through this process myself over the weekend. And I went with the paper and pencil route, but again, do what suits you. But you probably will not be surprised to learn that a lot of the restaurants in my neighborhood have added outdoor seating recently. And I got interested in, like, well, how many people are using these tables? Like, what does that actually look like? So I decided to record some data about that. So I went out with my notebook and I started kind of counting seats and how many were filled. And then I kind of realized, well, there's actually other things that are interesting about this. Like where are those seats? So, like, are they right on the sidewalk, or are they in a parklet or an existing, like, patio space or something? And I played with a few different ways of recording that as well. So you can see there's like some little pictograms, there's labels and counts. And I sort of also wrote little notes to myself, like stuff I wasn't sure how to deal with. So, ideally at this point, we're going to move on to analysis and sketching. And, so hopefully you've gone out, you've collected some data. So, like, now the thing to say is, well, what does it say? What's interesting about it? How do you want to present that story? And so, one of the first things you can look at is, like, did what you record match your expectations? So this will, maybe sounds a little familiar from science class or something. Like, you went in with a rough hypothesis, probably, about what you might find. And if you did, like, well, did it pan out, or is there something surprising there? The other big thing to look for is patterns, right? So maybe you're counting how many people are walking down different streets, and you notice, oh, there's more people on this one. That one's sunny. Oh, it's because it's warmer, right? So, think about, oh, is there like a story that explains this? Another thing that might happen is you realize you don't actually have enough information, and, maybe there's other questions that you have, or pieces of context that would, like, help you better understand what it is you saw. And so, that can be a cause to, like, go back and gather some more information, or maybe you want to pose that question in your sketches. So I have group sketching and analysis together because they really are linked, right? Often trying a way of presenting something will help you see a pattern that you didn't before. And so there's all sorts of ways to sort of encode your data as well. So these are obviously not comprehensive examples, but just, keep in mind, color can be used for all sorts of things. You can use shapes, symbols, locations, right? Like on a map or within like a scatter plot, line weight. And then, there's also different kinds of values you can show, right? You can show raw counts. You can show the share of a whole that something contributes, and sort of other ways of comparing categories. And then there's lots of different chart types. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute, but, often different chart types are well suited to different kinds of data, but there's a huge variety of them, right? So good to know sort of what your options are. But before we get into that, I just want to show you a couple of sketches that I made, right? So we're back to the example project. We're looking at outdoor dining. And I made a few different ones here. And, really the big thing to take away from this is just like, again, the process, right? So I'm not getting too hung up here, as you can definitely tell. I'm like making the lines clean. The scale is way off. But, what I'm trying to figure out is like, well, what's interesting about this? What's going to be useful to include? And like, how do these elements sit together in context? So, kind of iterating on that previous one, I was like, well, okay, like the proportion of all seats filled is sort of interesting, but what if we group it by the table? Because then you can see like, well, some of the tables are bigger than others, and is that interesting? And this is also where I sort of was like, I really think like where they are, like if they're on the sidewalk versus like a patio or parklet, like that's interesting. So I started adding labels, but that was kind of like an afterthought. And so it's not maybe the clearest. And so I was like, well, let's push that forward. So here are these little pictograms where I've kind of drawn, okay, there's like a structure around the people, or here's a little empty chair, or a little person sitting in it, which is, cool, but like maybe a little too complicated. So I sort of took that and simplified it down, right? This is like kind of an abstracted version of that. You can almost think of it like looking at the tables from above. And they're sort of just these circles. But if you do know what it is, then maybe it's a little easier to see at a glance, like, okay, these are occupied and those aren't. So coming back to the chart types, it can be really valuable at this stage to look at other people's charts. And it's also good to have a sense for like what kinds of diagrams are going to be well suited to different kinds of data. So I'll just give a couple of examples. One that you're probably familiar with, you think of like stock performance or something, like line graphs being used to show change over time, right? Time series kind of things. Another that you might have seen is if your computer's like hard drive is full and you're trying to be like, oh, like what's using all this, that might be presented as a tree map, because that shows like hierarchy, like the nested folders, as well as like how much of the whole they are apart, like how much they take up. And there's also different resources that you can use for this kind of information. But I think the link in this slide, and this will be in session resources as well, it does a good job of giving just like a basic overview of a wide variety of chart types. Something else to consider is that when you're sketching, kind of what you want to do is make it easy and low cost to try out a bunch of different ideas. So you don't want to have to spend a ton of time on a given option, but you want to be able to kind of switch between things quickly. So in this case, kind of what I'm showing you here is like an exploratory tool. So this was like playing with different ways of presenting COVID data on a map. And you can see it's got this like really ugly kind of cluttered interface, because what we were doing here is like playing around with different map styles and different rendering options. And so, all those controls are going to go away, right? We're going to pick one that's the best once we've kind of tried them all together. And then, all the sort of like less favored ones are going to get cut out once you settle on that like core story and presentation style. Something else you might want to do is, you might decide that your data and its story are better expressed in like a less conventional form. So maybe you want to use things like sculpture or sound. And Akene Ijeoma, who I mentioned before, has this really cool piece called Wage Islands. And it visualizes where in New York City low-wage workers can afford to rent as topography. So it's created with these stacked acrylic sheets where affordable places are higher and less affordable places are lower. And to really sort of illustrate the point, he actually submerges it in water. Another sort of similar example, you might also think, well, being able to get specific numerical values might not be your first priority. Maybe it's just about, the general trend or creating like a feeling or interest. And then maybe you reveal details later, right? So this one's called Air Transformed. This is by Stephanie Poslovic. And this is based on open air quality data from Sheffield in the UK, which is kind of known for its bad air. And once you know what it is, you can sort of say, oh, I bet that spiky one is some bad air. And you can sort of see how things progressed over time, even though you don't necessarily know what the values are. So, at this point, we've spent some time with our data. We've considered some narratives and different ways of presenting it. And it can be tough to choose among your sketches, right? But often a particular direction will start to stand out as, more interesting. And this doesn't necessarily mean throwing out your other ideas. You might also want to go with like a synthesis of a few different approaches. But it is best to choose sort of a core narrative of some kind, because that can help you make other choices, like what tools you want to use. So like if you're going with a map, you might say, okay, well, I'm going to, use Mapbox or Leaflet. Or if you want to do like simulation or have lots of particles, well, maybe then you say, okay, I want to use something performant like Open Frameworks or WebGL, Pixie or DeckGL, things like that. And so here's the final visualization that I created. And so it's definitely, it's not the most impressive piece I'm going to show you today, right? But you can see like kind of how it's a progression from the sketches, right? It's a bit more polished. It's a little easier to read. I broke out the ruler for a couple of things here. And, hopefully this also feels like sort of an achievable target, right? If you're doing this over the course of an afternoon or something. So what to focus on here is like how this pulls ideas from a few of the different sketches. I kind of took those like abstracted top-down shares. But then I was also like, well, that's not enough on its own. We need to have these groupings by, parklet or patio, and we also need labels and annotations for the count, just to kind of give it more context. So, and another thing is like when you're actually at that implementation stage, this is where those sort of technical tutorials, or looking at examples of other people's code can be really valuable. So, and going in with that level of specificity is good because then, say you're like, oh, I know I want to make an animated line chart. Well, you can search for that specifically. And that way you avoid getting sort of steered towards just like what's easy to do, or, whatever's like the common thing in the tool that you happen to grab first. So I'm showing Flowing Data here. This is a really great site. It's a good resource because they have a lot of like essays and analysis on data as well as tutorials. And those are all things that can be really helpful to reference as you're refining your sketches into a finished product. A few more examples here, kind of get you thinking. This is a piece called by Mona Chalabi. She's a data journalist who uses this really unique illustrative style. And, in this example, right, the point is sort of less about perfect accuracy than kind of giving you a sense of scale by using a familiar metaphor. So she has this kind of mountain, right? And so instead of saying, 70,000, that's just kind of really big, right? It's like hard to kind of get a sense for that. Like having this metaphor to put numbers in context, is actually really helpful. And the other thing you'll notice here is like it's a pretty spare visual. There's not a lot of like extraneous stuff. And, that's another thing that's often a part of going from sketch to visualization is figuring out, well, what can you remove? Like what are the most interesting parts? What are the most important parts? I often find it really fun to put in controls to like filter and manipulate your data. Those things can be great to play with, but for a broad audience that may not be as familiar with the topic and definitely isn't as familiar with the controls that like you built, removing options or pre-selecting the most interesting moments and kind of guiding your audience through that is often more effective. And then that's not to say that complexity is bad, right? But it is a place where it's important to get feedback, right? So this is a really awesome interactive by Shirley Wu. It's like a visualization simulation game. But also like because it's so complicated, like I would say, hey, for something like this, like you would want to do like play testing, right? Like you would for a video game, right? Bring in people, have them look at it cold and see like, can they figure it out? Can they follow along? Like, because it's sort of like proofreading something you write, where it's really easy to bring your own prior knowledge and assumptions to this visualization that you've created. So showing it to other people, ideally a cross-section of different people, or like if you have a specific audience in mind, kind of trying to find people representative of that, can be just really valuable to make sure that you're getting your story across in a way that your viewer can digest. So, that's our session. All the pieces that we talked about are going to be linked in the session resources. I hope you find this helpful. I hope that you'll take the approach we've outlined here and apply it to help you see and understand and visualize the data in the world around us. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to have you today. I hope you are doing well and staying safe at home. My name is Olivia, and I am going to introduce you to a breakthrough methodology called prototype thinking. Now, prototype thinking is a set of tools for creating very rapid prototypes. It was originally designed at Google X, and we've refined it over a number of years so that you can apply it to almost any sector, any startup, nonprofit, corporate, innovation lab, enterprise, you name it. The great thing about prototype thinking is that you can do this at home without any technology. So it's a tool that really can democratize the speed of learning, but also the speed at which you iterate and test. So let's get started. A little bit about me. I'm a senior partner of a company called Prototype Thinking Labs. We're based in the Bay Area, although right now I'm in Vancouver, Canada, which is where I live. Other things, I have been a humanitarian. I used to work in war zones and in conflict zones, specifically in Syria during the peak of the crisis in 2012 and in Fukushima, Japan. And then after that, I left the nonprofit world and I started my own company. Well, actually a number of companies, which many have failed and this one has survived. So here I am today. I'm also a beauty queen. During COVID, I won a beauty pageant. So if you have a chance, ask me, because it's a really funny story. I'd love to tell it. And lastly, a little bit more context about prototype thinking before I actually tell you and show you how to use the methodology. It is the next evolution of design thinking and design sprints. So if you're looking for a great technique that is human-centered, it's empathy-based, it helps you creatively solve problems in 10 times the speed with less effort and cost, this is your technology, this is your approach, and this is my favorite methodology of all. All right, so I'm going to be asking a lot of questions, and I know that I can't hear you right now because you're on the other side of that screen, but I'd love for you to shout out that answer out loud. If you can talk to your cat or your dog, your roommate, or you can just say it out loud in your head. So my first question is, do you remember Google Glass? Like, does anyone remember Google Glass? I'm from the Bay Area, born and raised in San Francisco, and I definitely remember this, and I also remember that no one is using it right now. So the backstory of Google Glass is that this was the very first use case for prototype thinking. And if you can remember back into the early 2010s when Google Glass first came out, everyone thought this was a hot, sexy tech toy. It was so cool. You know, you could pull it out of your pocket, put it in, well, actually, you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to pull it out of your pocket because Google Glass would actually project anything in your phone onto your visual display. So imagine you're driving in your car. You don't need to listen to your GPS. You don't need to swipe on your phone. Google Glass is projecting the directions of where you're going onto the dashboard of your car. You could also be in a conference, forget everybody's name, and Google Glass would project the name of the person and hover it above their head. Like, I loved this concept. It was so cool. I want to ask you another question. So where is Google Glass today? Do you know? Do you see people using it? If you Google search the word Google Glass, you'll find no shortage of articles calling it the biggest technology flop in Google's history. A lot of people know of Google Glass as that cool invention that really didn't get adopted by the mainstream market. And there were a lot of issues with it. People didn't want to be on buses or on trains or, walking down the street and have conversations with people not knowing if they were recorded. There were also a lot of features that made it cool, but it just wasn't sticky enough for someone to want to replace their regular glasses with Google Glass. However, the least known fact about Google Glass is that it's relatively successful in a range of commercial industries, in places like surgery, where surgeons are using Google Glass to project the details of the surgery over the body of work. You also see it in industrial manufacturing and specs. People are using this to build airplanes and repair cars. There are a number of different companies that are licensing this technology from Google right now, so it is actually thriving as an enterprise solution. Now, I want to ask you another question. So this picture that you're seeing right now, that's a picture of Larry Page. One of our partners, Tom, took this picture of Larry on the very first days that the X team was gathered to build out this prototype. And my next question is, how long do you think it took to build this very first prototype, ugly prototype that you see right now? Take a guess. 3 years? 2 months? A day? What do you think? Well, it actually took 4 hours, and I'm going to show you exactly how that was done. Over here is an experiment, and this experiment is to solve for what would it be like if you could walk around the world and have digital information overlaid onto your physical environment. So we have a coat hanger. The top portion is meant to go above your neck, and the bottom portion rests against your chest. That's connected to a Pico projector and plexiglass and a sheet protector. You can buy a sheet protector at a Walgreens or any type of convenience store. And really what this allows you to do is hold this contraption and have that digital information projected into your physical environment. So perhaps you could be walking down the street, and instead of walking into a restaurant, you could pull up the Yelp ratings before you go in. You can't see it here, but the netbook was actually placed into a woman's satchel, so a crossbody purse that day, so that you could have this simulated hands-free experience. In the next experiment over here, you're going to see hairbands, which are connected to fishing line, and then run through this contraption that ultimately toggles a presentation clicker. So you could hold these hairbands and swipe right and swipe left and actually move things in your phone or on your computer. So you could swipe right and go forward and email in your inbox, swipe back, maybe go back and email, toggle through photos. It gave you this really basic and simple functionality of being able to control your phone. And the challenge that actually led to this design and this creation was, what if Google was in your brain? Over here, we have an experiment to essentially test how the Google Glass might be able to fit on someone's face to make it really comfortable and seamless from day to night. So what we have is modeling wire that was cut and framed in the exact same shape of the glasses, and then clay, which was cut in the exact same weight as the electronic components. And then that clay was taped on different places on the glasses so the team could experiment with how to best distribute the weight. And something that they learned in just the first few days and hours was that you actually are able, a human body is able to hold a lot more weight in the back of their ears. And so if you want to make glasses comfortable, you'll add weight to the back of your ears, which acts as a fulcrum, lifting the glasses off your nose, making it more comfortable. I know you guys have probably played with VR glasses and lots of headsets, and you know how top heavy they are, right? Can you imagine someone wanting to wear that from 9 a.m. to a 12 o'clock meeting to go to lunch? It's impossible. And the fact that the X team was able to find this critical consumer insight in just the first few hours of testing is remarkable, because anyone building face-related hardware therefore after in the future, even to this day in 2020, would have to know that insight. So over the course of several months, the X team ran hundreds of rapid iterations, and they came to the conclusion that there just wasn't enough information to support a consumer's day-to-day use. So they went to leadership and they said, hey, we have these two recommendations. We can either go directly to enterprise because we know we have the applications, we know it can work, or we can wait around a little bit more, build out more applications, make it more sticky for consumers, and then launch for consumers in a few years. Okay, so I'm in the business of asking questions. I love to ask questions. What do you think leadership said? What direction do you think they went in? Well, if you know the story, leadership said, let's go to consumer now because it's so cool. And they did. And they went directly to consumer, and it was a huge flop. We had people who did want to wear Google Glass, and then there were some people who didn't want to look like Schwarzenegger. They didn't want to be associated with sort of this really, really early adoptive technology that wasn't very consumer and mass market friendly. And so what happened is later Google did launch for enterprise, but they launched much slower than they needed to. And there were already other competitors by the time that they got there. So why did I spend 10 minutes teaching you about prototype thinking and its use of Google Glass, especially if you're not building face-related hardware? Well, because there are some really key lessons that we learn. And the first lesson that I want to share with you is that there is a very big difference between having a cool idea and the data that you get back. Even the team at Google X, the smartest team in the world, like, can you imagine the type of people that are working on these disruptive innovations? They used to call this department the Department of Science Fiction because they were working on technologies and products that wouldn't be used in this day and age, maybe somewhere in the future. And even Sergey Brin, being the sort of leader who had amazing, smart ideas, He even argued that Google Glass would work and it should be red. The display should be red because red is the least energetic photon of light and because it's always red in science fiction. So this story really is about listening to the data that comes back, because the X team did test a Google Glass with a red display, and they immediately found that it was the worst color to test with because red is very difficult to separate from the other colors in your physical environment. So you're just constantly walking through the world, seeing everything in the color red, and that's not very fun. This story is also listening to the data and letting the data drive your decision making. We're often in boardrooms, in meeting rooms, in team huddles where everyone has a very strong opinion. We call these guess-a-thons. People come with their inflated opinions of what they think will work and what they think will be true. Sometimes it's people who are the loudest in the room. You've constantly heard about this. People who are the hippos, the highest paid people in the room, the people who just have that seniority and can get their opinion to the top. Well, this is about democratizing opinions and actually following the experimental outcomes that come back and letting us use that to drive the conversation. Because if we can do that, we can make sure that whatever we build for our customer really works for them at every single touch point and from end to end, because it's actually been validated by customer data. The next lesson that we learn is that there is a difference between something called a conjecture and an actual. In the design world, we use the word hypothesis or an assumption all the time. It's the most used word. If you sit down in a design thinking sprint, that is what we're doing. We're taking what we know to be true, what we think we know to be true, and turning that into actuals, which are learnings that are directly observing human behavior. Now, a conjecture is not bad. A conjecture is a hypothesis. It's an educated guess. It's what we learn from market research, from interviews, from what people say they think they want. But the thing about conjectures is that they're speculative. They're also less accurate and precise than actuals. Actuals are the best form, the highest resolution and reliable data that we can get because it's what we observe in the real world. So I'll give you an example. In quarantine, I thought that I was going to be a beast at the gym. I thought that I would go to work out possibly 4 times a week, maybe 5 times. What else was I doing, right? We have this little gym downstairs, and I was going to put it on my calendar and go every single day. Now, that is my conjecture. I self-predicted that I would work out 4 to 5 times a week. And the reality is I've probably worked out maybe once, twice, at best, 0 times a week. That's the actual. And the reason why we make this distinction is because we want to take all of our conjectures around a user-oriented product and go run experiments. So we want to turn our conjectures into experiments and let our actuals become our decisions. The next lesson that we learn is we're always looking for something called a magic moment. Now, in design, a magic moment for us is 0 to 10 seconds of when you can create a truly delicious, impactful, delightful experience for your customers. It's when you're giving them the sense that, whoa, I've never done this before. This is so cool. I need to tell all my friends about it. I need to, it on Product Hunt. I need to talk about it on Yelp. You are giving them this experience of a moment of service. You're fundamentally impacting their life in a way that cannot be faked and it cannot be manufactured or engineered. And so this magic moment is really valuable because it allows us to understand whether our product or service has the potential to be something great. Now, in the example of Google Glass here, we have a picture of a surgeon. And I want to explain to you something that happens in surgery that a lot of non-surgeons don't know. And I personally had to learn this from people who were in the operating room. There's a moment in surgery where the surgeon is working on their patient. And in that moment, if something goes wrong, there are alarms that are sounding. There's alarms that are blaring, and the surgeon has to shoot their vision over to a digital display, absorb the information, make sense of it in their head, come back to the exact same place that they were once working, find that place, and resume. And maybe that might be a split second. It's not even 10 seconds. It's a split second, and it's millimeters of a difference. And if the surgeon is not in control, they could lose a life. And so in this high stakes scenario, the team had originally tested with a group of surgeons in the operating room. And they quickly discovered that Google Glass would give the surgeons this experience of not having to look away from their patient to get vitals. Now, this was groundbreaking, and the surgeons had this huge gut reaction to the impact that this creation could have. And they said, "You mean I don't have to look away from my patient to get vitals?" Because that had never happened before. So in our work in prototype thinking, we're always looking for that magic moment. And our theory is that, well, if it's so elusive and it's so valuable, how do we find it? Can we engineer it? Can we try enough options so that one of them, at least one of the options, becomes the obvious magic moment? And that is the case. So we believe that a product or service is a magic moment, and everything else is designed to help the customer get there. It's designed to help the user get to that moment as quickly as possible, and everything else is a distraction. So you just want to clear out the way for that magic moment. Now, in the course of giving this talk and giving workshops of this nature to thousands of people all around the world, I have asked this question to every single person. And I'd love to ask this question of you. So in the example of a magic moment, I like to ask, who here has ridden an Uber? Like, simple question, like who hasn't actually ridden an Uber? Now, think back to your very first time when you hailed an Uber. On a scale of 1 to 10, how valuable was that experience for you? 10 being mind-blowingly awesome, 1 being super awful, sucks, would write a scathing review about this on Yelp, and 5, so-so. It's not the best thing I ever did, it's not the worst. Pick your number now. I should play some Jeopardy music or something, like do, do, do. Okay, you've got 5 seconds to pick a number. Do you have it? Perfect. So personally, I would rate an Uber a 9 on a scale of 10. Now, I want you to think about a cab. What is a cab for you on a scale of 1 to 10? And I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it. Okay, time's up. So my rating of a cab would be 2 or 3, maybe 3, definitely a 2 on a rainy day, and especially after 10 p.m. on Granville Street in Vancouver, which is where everyone goes clubbing and it's this huge party street and everything gets shut down and you're waiting for hours for a cab. So for me, I have scored Uber a 9 and a cab a 2. That is a 7-point difference. And the reason why we asked this very simple evaluation question, which is, how valuable is something on a scale of 1 to 10, is because we have discovered this really cool concept. It's called the 3-point offset. So if you can build a product or service that is 3 points better than the status quo, it's something that's naturally going to feel its own rapid awareness and adoption. It's something that will spread word of mouth. People will talk about it. It has that X factor, that je ne sais quoi, that makes it popular. Now, in San Francisco, I'm trying to think of some examples, but there are some cult favorite things like Blue Bottle Coffee, Phil's Coffee. There's like all of these consumer products that just go crazy and people talk about them. You're wondering why. Well, it comes back to this concept around a 3-point offset. Let me give you an example. So Uber has scored, in my opinion, a 7-point offset. That's one of the reasons why you have seen so much explosive consumer growth in their early years. And I'm not even here to promote them politically. Like, I don't actually endorse or align with Uber's values, but that is such a beautiful example because almost anywhere you go in the world, people will rate an Uber a 3-point offset and sometimes a 5 or a 7 or higher. Now, let's take another industry, something that is less sexy. Let's talk about airport security. So my least favorite airport in the world is LAX. Second to that is SFO. And going through airport security for me is a 3 or a 2. It's just so bad. You're standing in line for hours. I don't know why one person can be the only person to put their shoes in the bin. Like, why can't we be like YVR, which is in Vancouver, where we have a lineup of 5 people and they all come in? Maybe that has changed. I haven't been to SFO in a while, but as you know, airport security sucks. What about ordering Comcast? What about internet? Canceling internet? That's like a 1 for me. If you were in the business of building the user experience for ordering and canceling internet, and you hit 4 points out of 10, you would blow people's minds. Now, the baseline is not always 1, it's not always 4, it's not even 5. There's a lot of times where the baseline is different depending on the industry. Coke and Pepsi, 5 and a 5, right? But the idea here is that if you just hit 3 points higher, create something that will spread word of mouth, and you won't have to spend so much marketing it or distributing it. Okay. So I've talked a lot about magic moments. You're almost at the end here. How do we find a magic moment, right? It's this elusive, beautiful thing that is going to make our startup or our business or company succeed, how do we actually find it? Well, finding a magic moment is about creating something new. And creating something new is about solving a problem that hasn't been solved before. And in a lot of ways, it's about solving a problem that humanity hasn't solved before. So we can't use the same thinking that we use to solve the other problems, because by nature, if we applied it to what we're trying to do, it wouldn't work because it hasn't been done. So finding a magic moment is about trying a million different things. You're trying 1,000 things. You're testing with 30 users. You're in back-to-back sprints, going through cycles and trying to get to the moment where people are really telling you and expressing to you what they want. And a lot of times that data is going to be messy. You're going to have data from 2 weeks ago lying on some sticky notes on your wall. Now they're in the trash can. You have these big Post-it wall-ups. You have information in a spreadsheet, and half of the stuff that you've gathered contradicts what leadership says they want. It's this big mess. But what we say is that if you can get through this big, elegant mess and you try enough options and just one thing works, then everything will be amazing and beautiful and awesome and work out. So in a lot of conferences, you're going to see this light bulb as being the iconic symbol for stardom and success. And I don't think that's true at all. I think innovation is much more like this busy, beautiful, but a messy artistic studio where you're trying a bunch of things and you're trying to cobble together all of the different experiences to get to the heart of what really matters. Now, that might sound daunting because as people who are successful in their careers and people who really care about doing a good job, we are not designed to work. And I know that's even a popular, thing, like fail fast, like everyone says it, true. We're actually here to learn. So we're here to learn as much as we can. And then we're taking that 5 or 10% that works from each try and parlaying it into the next experiment. Now, what we've done is we've come up with a strategy to help you get through that painful mess as quickly and cheaply and as time sensitive as possible, because we know that everyone is in a race against time. We have deadlines, we have startup capital, we have runway that is burning thin, and we need to make sure that we can hit traction before all of that reaches zero. So the strategy goes like this. It's called rate-based goals. And the core idea is that we want to maximize our personal rate of learning by reducing the time it takes to try new things. Now, let me give you an example. The majority of us will come up with a great idea, right? Like we think it's a great idea, run out of the gate and pursue it. And if we do that, our chances of success are about 5%. Not because we had a bad idea and not because we're not competent, smart people. We're actually really smart people. No matter how smart we are, our chances of success are at 5% because that is the statistic of the amount of products that actually succeed, whether that they're successful in the market or the startup has a great exit. It's because any given idea only has about a 5% chance of being the right idea. But if we try 12 different variations of that original idea, our chances of success go up to 45%. If we try 50 different variations, our chances of success go up to 92, and that number is actually even higher because our learning compounds over time and is accretive. So we are learning fast, we're learning well, and our learning curve is asymptotically approaching 100, which means it's really damn good. Now, we also know from Nielsen that there is a lot of research that shows that you only need to test with about 5 to 6 people to yield 85% or one standard deviation of the core information you need to even determine what should be in your feature set. So if you're not sure, do people want this? Do people understand this? Will people buy it? What are the core essential features that users want? All of that can be answered by simply testing with 5 to 6 people in your target demographic of users. Mind blown, right? Because we've often been taught through Lean Startup that we should be testing through A/B. We should be split testing. We need to go through volume and look at the quantitative side. A lot of the information, almost 85% of why a product will fail, could actually be discovered through early testing and without a functional prototype, through qualitative conversations. So this is amazing. I would love to pause here and have you guys ask questions, but I really want to get to the end of this. I'm going to keep moving forward, okay? We're almost there. This is a slide that shows the classic way that people build ideas and projects. It usually takes them, on average, 24 weeks to go from the stage of having an idea to building it out as a prototype, to testing it with real people, and then making adjustments. Now, in prototype thinking land, we like to take this 24-week process and compress it into 3 days, into an hour, into an afternoon. So my goal is to show you how to get through that build process, which is also called a learning loop, in record time. I can't get into it too much here because this is really an intro talk, but if you're interested, you can always find me and we can get to the advanced curriculum later. But the key thing to know about how to compress that time and space is to look at how you are testing. Do you currently make iterations during your user test? And if you're not, please start. We use a formula for simulation-based testing that allows us to go through multiple microcycles in a test. And so it's called play, pause, stop. It allows us to pause the test at any time, quickly make iterations on the fly, like we're a NASCAR pit crew and the car is still running, and then we make those changes and then the car flies off. And then it allows us to make multiple iterations during a test, so that by the time we finish the test, we're already at the next evolution of the product or service. I'm going to wrap this up with a couple of principles. The first thing at work, when you're working on your projects, is to remember to always just go for it. Try it. Doing is the best form of thinking. So instead of milling around your work, thinking about something for 10 years, go out and see if you can try it in the first 10 minutes. Ultimately, we think that if we can't solve a problem in 10 minutes, we're never going to solve it in 10 hours because fundamentally, we're just missing information that lives out in the market. The next thing is don't worry so much about being right or wrong. Focus on how much you can learn. If I learn things and our friend over here learns 10 things, then together as a team, we have learned 30 things, and that is great. The next thing is don't worry so much about profit. It's not about getting that number to go up. I know you have a lot of pressure from your bosses, from your investors, but magic moments are about moments of service. Lastly, separate your conjectures and actuals. Start doing this in your workplace. You can say, hey, my conjecture is XYZ, and the actual that I learned from testing with someone last week is ABC. Lastly, stay close to the medium. Be in front of your users. Spend time with them. I have spent so many wasted hours with people who do not get to know their users. They build software for 6 months, never talking to a user because they never see them. And then after 6 months, the user's like, well, what does this even do? They don't understand it and they're ready to X out. Don't get to that place. Make sure you spend a lot of time with your users. Your users are your medium. You guys know this, maximize the rate of learning by reducing the time it takes to try new things. Be concrete and specific, but do not be afraid to guess. That is huge. We are always concrete and we are always specific. We are never abstract or ambiguous about what we're doing because it allows us to get higher fidelity feedback. And then the last thing is nail it before you scale it. By definition, when you scale something, that means the model has been proven to work from end to end. Now, if you can't make it work for one person, do not try to solve it for the 10th customer or the millionth customer, because at that point, you don't know how to make it generalized yet. So solve the experience end to end for one person, then try to solve for the second customer, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and incrementally get to the 10th. So hopefully one day you can look up and 100 million people are using your product. I hope you had a great time learning prototype thinking. Thank you for sitting here for 30 minutes learning this approach. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your reflections, your feedback. You can reach me on the interwebs. I'm at prototypethinking.io, and you can email me at olivia@prototypethinking.io. Before you go, I want to let you know that I created a little bundle of things for you. So I will be sending out a link, and in this link, you'll get a copy to the slides. So hopefully you weren't like crazily trying to take screenshots of me speaking. You'll get a copy of the slides. You'll also get a free guide to prototype thinking that really hasn't been released anywhere. And you'll also get a link to an example user test so you can see what play, pause, stop looks like. I had a great time with you guys. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. We'll see you next year.
Hi everyone, I am Mobina Nouri, scholar, artist, and lecturer with PhD in creativity science.
And I'm Shagoyer Sirus, artist, curator, and lecturer with MFA in social practice and socially engaged art. We are pleased to walk you through one of our latest methods for collective mega creativity and innovation.
We are in the time that everyone has to be in the Zoom meeting in front of the screen all day long, like now. We engage only one or two of our senses, seeing and hearing. However, scientifically proven that if we want to be in our creative mind's highest potential, we need to engage all of our senses and be aware of them. Imagine you are blind and need to use other senses to communicate. Based on our research and experiments with different groups of people, we created collective mega creativity that presents a simple, effective parallel thinking process to help people be more productive, focused, creative, and mindfully involved. What is the difference between vertical thinking and lateral thinking? Vertical thinking is linear, but creative thinking or lateral thinking is a concept that was first presented by Edward de Bono, the father of creativity. Lateral thinking is the ability to use your imagination to look at a problem in a fresh way and come up with a new solution. If we want to go from A to B, there are so many ways in this puzzle to solve the problem. You can see the difference in this image that vertical thinking follows the rules and lateral thinking ignores the rules to find the solution. What are these concepts? Creativity leads to ideas. Mega creativity leads to mega ideas. Collective mega creativity leads to collective mega ideas. If we see each idea as a singular color, we can say first there are ideas, then we have mega ideas, and mega ideas looks like a matrix. You create and connect every two ideas to create a new one out of it. Exactly like mixing two colors, let's say yellow and blue, which create a new color, which is green. If we think of ideas like colors, the number of ideas that we can achieve and come up with will be so much higher in mega level. Every person can create a matrix of colors representing ideas in a collective format. It will add other dimensions to the matrix. The creative outcome will become beyond our expectations. That is why collective mega creativity is essential to learn and use it in the challenge we face collectively. In collective mega creativity, connection is the key. Connection of ideas from different people with different backgrounds. It can develop those novel ideas that exist only in a collective level and results from collaboration.
For achieving these mega ideas, collaboration will be one of the main keys. So how can collaboration happen? How can we collectively add our expertise and create ideas together? We are all talking about collaboration in work and life. Collaboration become a term that we all use for a successful outcome. Still, we often don't know how to really use and create an effective collaboration where we can creatively solve problems, expand our innovation, expand and innovate new ideas without any obstacles. Thomas Hirschhorn, a social practice artist, came with this diagram. He talks about the authorship and the outcome of social practice work in art, which we found how related and practical it is to any various type of work. In this theory, when each person engages themselves with 100% of their potential and expertise and take the authorship of the whole outcome, the collaboration will significantly change. The involvement of each collaborator will become 100% instead of small percentage of the outcome. It will create trust. It will decrease the possible tension that might arise during the work process. And of course, it will lead it to have mega ideas as an outcome. Instead of each person have a mindset of contributing 20% or 50%, they have their 100% input, knowledge, and ideas. This will make us to have 700% of an outcome instead of a sloppy 100%. In the collaboration process, all ideas are essential for creating a mega idea. Mainly, the process is more important than the outcome. Any mega ideas will be led to prototypes. A prototype might become successful, but the failed prototype will lead to a new solution.
We also need to consider each creative process is not linear, but more complex, including ups and downs and knots, and very unique in their nature. We created different tools to help this process to be more in the flow and engage all of our 5 senses. One of the other key elements in collective mega creativity is sensory input. As we know, we understand our world through our 5 senses. To use a higher capacity of our creative mind, we need to pay attention to the data we receive from our senses. Scientifically, creativity will be faster in the higher level if we engage mindfully through sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste all together. Now we are pleased to guide you through the 6 hats. What is the 6 hats? 6 thinking hats is a simple, effective parallel thinking process that helps people be more productive, focused, creative, and mindfully involved. In this method, participants will learn how to separate thinking into 6 precise functions and roles. Each thinking role is identified with a colored symbolic thinking hat. By mentally wearing and switching hats, participants can easily focus on redirect thoughts, the conversations, and coming up with new solutions and create a matrix of mega ideas collectively. There are 6 simple steps.
There are
and
6 simple stages for the exploration that can lead you and your group in a great flow. These stages are introductions and group agreements, 2 dividing to different groups of 6 people, 3 activating senses through a haiku, 4 roles of 6 hats and dividing the problem, 5 finding the best solution and create an action plan, and 6 explore the solution. Introductions and group agreements are always one of the best ways to get into a group activity. Introductions are the first encounter of a group. Even if you already know the group or not, it is the first step to understand how everyone's feeling and doing at that particular moment and window of time. They will understand the group's energy and learn something new and more in depth from each other that they never had a chance to learn. There are various types of questions that can be asked and different prompts that the group can set while in this stage. It is important to pick a question or prompt that is also creative and add to the group's diversity and value. For instance, a question like, where is your name from? What does your name mean? Or what your name means to you? These are very identical and intimate questions that can give an opportunity to a group member to share not only about themselves, but also a part of their culture and a memory that their name is carrying. So make sure to be creative in this stage. A group agreement is a clear set of guidelines that a group will set for managing discussions, meetings, and sensitive information that might be raised in the group. It will help the group understand the purpose of this meeting, give equal opportunity for speaking and being involved, and be sure that the idea will be heard without any judgments in the group. The group agreements can include having fun, explore and experience, be creative, be open-minded. There is no right or wrong, trust yourself and one another, collaborate, be respectful, and enjoy the journey.
For this exploration, you will need 6 people to play specific roles for problem solving and collective mega creativity. Each group member will choose a color hat from white, red, yellow, green, blue, and black, which later on you will be given roles for each color. You can use actual colored hats, scarves, shirts for fun, colored ribbons, or paper if you are meeting physically. Well, we are in quarantine. What should we do if you are in the Zoom? Thanks to the virtual background, you can use creative colored hat as your background and move forward. This technique is ideal for a group of 6 people. But if you have a group that is less than 6, also use your creativity and invent a new way. For example, one person can have more than one hat and switch hats and roles during the session. Just be as creative as possible, as the whole intention is to turn our problems into a fun project and a puzzle to find the best solution. To get into the flow of your roles and activate our senses and the creative section of our mind, you can start with a short activity based on our 5 senses and feeling. Now that everyone in the group has one color, they will be given various roles and senses to play with. 6 colors, 5 senses, and feeling. A person with a white hat is responsible for feelings. A person with a red hat is responsible for taste. Yellow, smell, black, touch, green, hearing, and blue, sight.
Activating our senses is important as it will bring us to the present. You can activate your senses by simply closing your eyes and feeling each sense, or in other creative ways, such as through a haiku. For this part, you will choose a haiku or any type of poetry. Then each group member will express a specific sense based on their colored hat and what they are responsible for. For example, this is a haiku from Brenzai. An old pond, a frog lives in, the sound of water. In this haiku, if you are the white hat person, then you will talk about the feeling of the haiku. What is it first? What's the feeling that you're actually receiving when you read the haiku? Are you feeling sad, nostalgic, happy, calm, or a combination? Or if you are a red hat person, then you will explain the taste of the haiku. What does it taste like? Do you feel a bitter taste, sweet, sour, or a combination? And so on for other roles and senses. In the end, each group member can share their experience with each other.
Edgar Bono said, creative thinking mystical balance. That can be practiced and nurtured. Now, what are the 6 thinking styles and the 6 hats that can be used for creative problem solving? The 6 directions, representing by the 6 hats, challenge the brain during the brainstorming session. In each of these directions, the mind will generally identify and bring into conscious thought certain facts of the views. For example, gut, instinct, judgment, neutral facts, emotions, and so on. None of these tracks is an entirely natural way of thinking, but rather how some of us already represent the results of our thinking. This stage needs a minimum of 1 hour time. Each group member will keep the colored hat they already chose and worked on in the first haiku activity. Agree on a time limit for each hat. Times can vary from 3 to 5 minutes per hat. 6 roles for the 6 participants in each group are: 1. The blue hat is used to manage and document the thinking process as a facilitator. It's the control mechanism that ensures the 6 thinking hats guidelines are observed and summarize the best solution. 2. The white hat calls for information, known or needed, the facts, just the facts. The yellow hat symbolizes brightness and optimism. Under this hat, you explore the positive ideas, values, and benefits. 4. The black hat is a judge, the advocate or why something may not work. Spot the difficulties and dangers, where things might go wrong. Probably the most powerful and useful of the hats. 5. The red hat signifies feelings and intuition. When using this hat, you can express emotions and feelings, share fears, likes, dislikes, loves, and hates. And 6, the green hat. The green hat focuses on creativity, the possibilities, alternatives, and new ideas, and it's an opportunity to express new concepts and new perceptions. Make sure to stick to your role. You're only responsible for your particular position, like me with the white hat. Even if it does not match your personality, why? Because here we are training other parts of our brain that you might not usually use it. Each person with a hat in a specific color will analyze the problem based on their thinking styles. For example, green as a very creative person, blue hat as facilitator, asking other hats to share their thoughts and ideas, manage the discussion, and balance each person's talking time. Because some people definitely are shy and some people are more talkative. If you have a red hat, you express your feeling about that specific problem, and so on.
In the end, all the discussion and information, answers, and solutions that gathered by the blue hat will be evaluated and discussed in the group to develop their final solution and create the action plan. You can decide on a time frame for your action plan, dividing tasks in the group to test the final solution. In the end, you share your experience with other group members. As a reminder, this is a collaboration process. All ideas are essential for creating a specific mega idea. Any mega idea will be led to a solution. A solution might become successful or it might fail, but the failed solution will lead you to a new one. We believe that collective mega creativity is more important now because it's bringing people together virtually for ultimate creativity. It's finding a creative solution for a serious problem with new innovative tools by engaging senses and our emotions, and more importantly, having fun while solving problems. It's also unblock the mind to learn and think in a new ways that you didn't know it can exist, and it will spread hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris, for joining me. I'm excited to chat with you. I've spent a bunch of time kind of, Googling you, spending some time reading kind of the notes that we've sent back and forth. And the one thing that struck me is we have so many mutual friends, but our orbits have never met, which is always an exciting. It's always exciting to meet those people and to start having conversations. So I think, like myself, you've spent a lot of time around very innovative things, and also, like myself, you spent a lot of time building products and doing product design. And ostensibly, we're here for GitHub talking about code and development and all that fun stuff. And I want to know, in 2020, when you think about product design, what is the key? Like, is there one thing that you would recommend for someone? Like, just imagine myself, a product designer. What are you going to tell me in 2020?
Well, thanks, Harper. I'm really excited to just have this chat. I am shocked. It's always exciting when you find somebody in orbits, and then these kind of events get you to pull together. So really grateful for that. I think product design has changed so radically over the last 25 years, and then it hasn't, in terms of how that we're humans going through a process trying to figure it all out, synthesize some interesting things, and put it all together for the sake of business and technology and users. I think the things that I have seen over trying to, one, do it myself for 25, 30 years, and building teams and organizations through that time period, having the kind of personal sustainability and energy to be a product designer and product developer, I think is key, because I've seen so many people come through the doors and get burnt out and not find their way. And I think part of that is really truly finding inspiration through every project, right? And all projects are not A+ projects. We know that, but you try to get the A+ team and the A+ like mindset into that, because if not, we're just going to do mediocre work together. And I have always found myself, for like a process and mindset around getting inspired around people and new technology and new business models, but like having an open mind to all of that, I think is really important, regardless of where you sit in that product design ecosystem. Like you can't do it for more than 2 years without having that kind of mindset and approach.
You mentioned people a couple times. I always think that people is the most important ingredient for success. And what kind of people do you look for when you're looking to build a new team or you're starting a new project? How do you build that? Just knowing full well that we probably are working with great people or what have you, but every team is different. So when you're starting from zero, where do you start?
Well, I think there's two layers to that. I think one is kind of the talent, bringing talent into an organization. I think I spent 14, 15 years at IDEO in a multitude of roles, and I think among the lessons there, I had the privilege of being in some people roles and some operational roles there, and being able to recruit these amazing people. I think this notion of that kind of overlaps with the GitHub community is like we looked at T-shaped people, right? And that's a kind of something that the business schools and others have kind of latched onto. But T-shaped is one of these things where we demanded that somebody have world-class talent in a depth, and then the horizontal of the T was kind of empathy to other disciplines or adjacency, and being able to sometimes, like even myself, I felt like I went to business school after being a product designer and a psychologist. It's almost like a pie-shaped person. Like, how many disciplines can you start to add? And I think that's what we drew inspiration in, stealing the kind of the notion of full stack from the developer communities. But T-shaped is super crucial to everybody has a world-class credibility that they have and they can own on the team. But when working in these high-performance small teams, you really have to have more than just empathy in order to collaborate effectively. So that's on the talent side. On the team side, I found myself in this funny role at IDEO where it was basically a team building role. So at any one time in the Bay Area, we had 35 projects going on at one time. And so it was this huge Tetris map of trying to get people at the right time, on the right place, in the right project, and align like what's best for the client, what's best for the project, what's best for their personal development. So it was one of these crazy swirls, and being, knowing designers like we do, we always gave everybody the, kind of a veto, or we tried not to get to that point so that people were like really genuinely excited. They may never have worked for a medical device and they wanted to work in consumer electronics, but really getting them to understand that kind of like from project to project to project, like what's your growth and what's your inspiration for those. I think those are kind of some of the personal things around building a team from the ground up.
That's actually a really interesting point, and I think about this all the time. What happens if you're, or either as a team member or as someone who's trying to create and facilitate the team? What happens if you're just not into it? Like you mentioned, someone who wants to build maybe consumer electronics, but they're on a medical device project. This happens to me all the time. I'm a developer, and sometimes I just don't care about what I'm coding.
So what do you do?
What happens? Well, it depends. Like, is it something that I have to just get through? I have a small company, and sometimes there's just stuff we have to do. Like there's tasks that you have to do to get to the good stuff. But other times, right, especially in my career, I think about, when I was at a very, very large company a couple of years ago, and there were things that we were tasked with, projects that we had that I don't think a person within a mile cared about the work. And it was very difficult. I mean, I'm not there anymore, so that's what I did. But I wonder, are there ways to, inspire the team, especially when you're, IDEO is such an interesting company because they do consulting largely, right? They work for a client, and so sometimes the client is probably saying, "I want X," and everyone knows X is probably not the right thing, but you still have to go through these motions to give X. Like, how do you balance that with these kind of really strong first principles that I'm hearing about product design, et cetera? Because I think that's something that I struggle with myself.
Well, and I think it depends on where you are in your career, but I think really getting folks to understand and be a little bit more like nimble and fluid. I think that was one of the cultural things that we had that was of great value to building teams and getting having consistent, inspired people, is one, trying to help them figure out why working on medical devices instead of consumer electronics was a growth opportunity, and how you could frame that. And people were constantly building, your career was your portfolio. And so I think just being able to add these stories, even if it's working on something way under the hood, right, I think, and that is less relevant for where you feel like you'd want to be going in your North Star, that's just like kind of like a leadership helping them frame that as a growth opportunity. And yeah, I think that there are certainly difficult conversations that we've had, and encouraging people to roll off of a project, or those kinds of things. Not that didn't happen, and wasn't all rosy glasses, but those are the kind of things that I think you build your portfolio, and in an organization like that, different than a department-driven tech company. You might get into these little areas where you can't see the next 6 weeks, and being able to get through that project, learn something, and get onto back onto your North Star track. And because we never really knew what was going to come in the door, we had to design an organization and talent and breadth to be T-shaped and great at what you're doing, but it be able to be generalizable across industries and across client bases. So that was just the trick there. So,
in your career, it seems that you've spent a lot of time around education, whether it's Singularity University. There's, and you seem to have this kind of, in just the description you just gave, of this idea of like, iterating and having that kind of continuous growth. If I'm leading a team again, what do you think the best bet is to get that team to continue education, to continue to learn, to continue that growth? Just because, what 2020 has showed me is that, we can't assume anything. Right. Things are constantly changing. And so I always think about like, how do I inspire my team, whether that's a small team of a handful of friends building a project, or whether it's the team I'm working on, in a very kind of commercial way for a salary. I'm always looking for ideas on how to inspire or get that team to iterate and learn. What do you do?
Yeah, I think it was my kids went to a nursery school that was out of Stanford, and all of the great things you learn from awesome kindergarten teachers and preschool teachers. And I think that they just embodied, the way that they would reframe every conversation. It was like the growth mindset was just embedded in everything they do. So, I think we can, I remember learning from teachers and nurses that just exude this kind of growth mindset. And I think that triggered something in me, that started in consulting. I stayed in consulting for a long time. And that was continuously learning. I got to learn about, everything from, image guided brain surgery to branding to consumer electronics and all this other amazing stuff. And I think seeing those opportunities outside of your day job was really like an eye-opening thing. And whether that meant having to ask your boss or manager about like some flexibility, or just showing, I think people are even you and I doing this today, like this is something that we're going to learn. And this is why I show up and do these kinds of events and experiences, because I inevitably learn something or meet somebody that, that the value of that experience and continuous learning is, you can do that as a light thing. You can take an online course, or you can join a community. I took it as a little bit, it took me in some interesting pathways where, that's kind of what drew me into being a futurist. And I used to make fun, like I'm sure you and I have a bunch of friends in common in that community. And as a product designer, I used to make fun of futurists, right? Like Paul Sappho and the Institute of the Future. Now, Paul is a colleague and a really good friend from the last 10 years. But I'd be, like they just get to talk about the future and not really design anything, and their butt's not on the line for delivering something. And if they're wrong, right? And really deepening that experience and writing about it and putting your butt on the line with predictions. That was one of those pathways that took me from continuous learning about trying to think about, hey, what's the future of sports? And then people are like, hey, can you do that again? But do it for this, this topic over here and this topic over here. And I'm like, oh boy, this wasn't, it turned into, from a continuous learning project to a hobby to a part-time job. But that's one of those things, if 2020 has shown us like being fluid and following paths and doorways that we did not think were going to be available, or even on the same astral plane. I think that embracing that will take you in some interesting spots. It certainly has taken me in some interesting spots.
Is there anything during this COVID time that surprised you about the spots it brought you?
Yeah, well, so I'll tell you two things. One, I had the honor of working with some great futurists and writers, and we did a very deep future of healthcare and medicine piece for a hospital system and family foundation out of Buffalo, New York. And we actually predicted the pandemic but for 2027. So you look at this, and then realize, oh my gosh, like this, like all of those pieces, it was there. It was there. It's not like this should not have come out of left field. So is that surprising? It was surprising that I looked back at our report and I was like, oh my gosh, we actually put it in there. But it wasn't, you know, in the end, like those are things that we should be thinking about. So I was surprised there. I was really pleasantly surprised that the IDEO alumni community is really a great community. I'd love to kind of swim around in the GitHub community and see how those relationships go through their careers and through life. And I have some great friends through that network. But there was early on in the pandemic, one of our friends, a woman that I never really had the chance to work with, she was in Singapore and New York, and our paths didn't cross as much as I would like to. She created this like 15-minute inspiration stand-up. And this was started in March, and definitely in its heyday in April and May and June, and everybody would show up for 15 minutes. And the ritual that she was kind of prototyping, but also kind of using as a kind of coping mechanism, was you could show up, show something inspirational. There was no doom and gloom. We did allow for a few times where we were talking about like racial justice, and we were just like, you're also consuming the year of 2020. But it was really, I think it was a great team ritual, and she called these creative collisions. That's Amy Bonsall, and it's I think those kinds of team rituals are really important. And the notion that it's, the familiar stuff like a stand-up, this community, lives and breathes stand-ups, and probably loves and hates them at the same time. But, reframing that as an inspiration stand-up was such a nice, pleasant surprise. And people that I hadn't worked with or seen their face in 5 or 10 years are suddenly, you're spending your morning coffee time with them and hearing about what's inspiring and what they see kind of on the other side of this of 2020. So I found that really surprising and delightful in terms of like an instant community that I just, I never knew that I would be connected to that crew at the end of 2020, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, community has been the main, maybe not driver, but the main result. There's always, you look back and you say, oh, well, the thing that made that popular was the community. And I always think strongly about like, what was the reason for that community? And so often it's like you said, it's just around, something sticky, like being able to spend your coffee time, just having a change of scenery that is hopefully inspiring. Speaking of that inspiration, I think that, this has been a very disruptive time in general for all of our lives. We're at home, many of us are not able to see our families during the holiday that's coming up in the United States. We have all of these kind of things that are happening that are very, I guess, just different than 2019, 2018, et cetera. And I had a friend who said that they would really love to have some precedented times. And I was like, that makes sense. But I do think that there's a thing like, what do we do? Those of us who are used to being the disruptor, not the disrupted, like those of us who are used to being the leaders in innovation, the people who are kind of on the forefront. And right now it seems that, life in general is pulling us all towards, something, and I sometimes feel that those of us who've been on the cutting edge for a lot of this, building really neat technology, being part of really neat teams, we're being battered just as much as everyone else. And how do we be disruptive, or how do we bring innovation in a place where we have unprecedented disruption in general to all of our lives? And how do we do it safely?
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I mean, I was actually in person at a partner's facility, and it's like the old kind of tricks in your innovation toolkit. Like some of them you can and can't do, right? Like you can't, I found myself wanting to jump up and like do this and drag the person over there and get them to do a Post-it note, and just like that, like even superficial stuff that some people would think of innovation theater, just like the basics. It pauses us in our process and tools, and I think we have to look at kind of our. Certainly, earlier this year, we were looking at, in some of our creative collision conversations, we were just kind of musing on what are the industries that are going to react and then hopefully go back to normal in June, and they didn't, right? Which ones are truly like really adjusting, and then which ones are really reinventing or having to reinvent themselves. And those I'm still really excited to look at who is going to disrupt those. So I think that's like still TBD. But I think our tool set really needs to be disrupted. I think that's a great opportunity. The only things that I've really, and these kinds of communities are by nature decentralized, open source, open innovation. I think that those that maybe didn't work when the power of like everybody being in one place and closed walls kind of companies, they still had the power of and the gravitas to like you couldn't disrupt them as easily, or at least the process and some of the talent going in and out of those organizations. And I think that that's a great opportunity now, because who cares where we live, right? As long as we have the tools. Now, the tools, I'm really hoping this community and some great UX around some of the decentralized tools and sharing tools, Murals and Miro, and those were nice to haves. Maybe you would share that with one client or a partner or a small team, but now those are like as critical as email or messaging or Slack or something like that. So I think those kind of tools, I'm excited to see where those go.
I agree completely. I never used Miro. I had friends that used it. I didn't do any of the virtual whiteboarding. I just was like, I don't need that. Like I got real whiteboards. Even when I had real whiteboards, I wasn't really a whiteboarding type of person. I was more of let's talk through it. Let's draw it on paper. So it's kind of similar stuff, but those kind of metaphors, they haven't translated perfectly for me, but other metaphors have appeared. One thing that I've been doing a lot of is it's almost like you're watching a show called Work, where we're all on a Zoom, we're all on a Meet or a Hangout, and we're all watching, and it's this show. And sometimes I just lean back and I'm just like, this is very interesting. I'm watching one of my, business partners or one of my friends who's coding. We're watching them code, and it really is the show, and it's interactive, and you can kind of guide it. So it's a little bit like we're interacting with these actors that happen to be our coworkers or our friends or whomever doing these projects together. And what I find is the interaction seemed a little forced in the beginning. It seems less forced now, where it's a little more interactive, it's a little more natural, but the outcome has been much more interesting. Because when we had an office, I would walk over to your cubicle or walk over to your office or your space or even your house, and we would talk about whatever it was, and then I would kind of leave. Unless we were pairing very deliberately, but even then it was like this very specific thing. And this what we've been doing is it really is like watching someone work, and so you're able to kind of like choose your own adventure way through this. And then at the end, I feel like I'd helped. Like I feel like I participated, and I find this fascinating. We joke all the time that it really is like watching a show where we're engaged with the characters, and I find that really funny. What has been your favorite part about being stuck at home theoretically, or being in this weird, like what value have you taken out of this time?
I think aside from being around a little bit more to see, my kids, and, otherwise I would usher them off to school or drop them off at school and be home at 6 and, try to go for a bike ride or do something myself, or have to go for a late, business dinner. And so just seeing the interstitials, good, bad, and ugly, a lot of ugly, is some value. I think if we wanted to tag a future of industry, like education has got to be at the top of the list. And I think so many cracks have been unmasked, and education has got to be at the top of everybody's list. Certainly, the industry I'm working in now in food, that certainly had its COVID moment. So I think those are, I'm seeing a lot of value just in being home and having a different lens, like in the same way you were looking at the kind of the social interactions that of work time. I do find that interesting. When you were saying that, it kind of struck me as like one of these old school human factors principles or design research principles that we used to talk about, like extreme users then, kind of give us a window into what might be a mainstream. And all of these tools and interactions they were happening for some extreme user, right? There was somebody with a headset on watching the show of something go on and observing and nudging. And now it's us. Now it's all of us. That part is really interesting. I'm glad you noticed that.
What is there any technology that you've found? For instance, myself, I was kind of starting to get into Twitch before the pandemic hit. And then I spent a lot of time, just watching my friends code on Twitch, watching just Twitch stuff happen, video games and whatnot. But what I found is I kind of want to bring all of the weird metaphors of Twitch, the interactivity, the chat, that community, into everything I do. I think it's really interesting. And that's something I think about all the time, is those metaphors I just didn't understand before. Is there anything like any of these, like this new technology that you're like, wait a minute, I want to bring this into like my family, or I want to bring this into my everyday?
Yeah. Careful what you put onto your family. But I definitely predict Zoom crashing tomorrow with everybody trying to do like our family. Across 5 time zones, we're trying to figure out how to do a Thanksgiving toast. But I think I'll give you a window into some of my the geekiness of for myself. I've been an athlete all my life, and I had. Both for investment and for curiosity, been an early member of Zwift, which is this kind of online cycling virtual world, and you're on a trainer that's programmable, and you ride around the topology of this world. Then as immediately as 2 people toe a line, it becomes a race and a competition. And I have been racing. I'd almost retired from bike racing, with a busy life and kids and an older and an aging body. But I've been racing my butt off. Like I raced last night at 9 p.m. and I had 20 people on a team, and we were on Twitch and Discord and all of this great stuff. And you've got 3 screens and
this is it.
Headsets and all of this crazy stuff. And it just enriches that moment where if anybody that's watching this has been a bike racer, you never get to talk to teammates because, one, you're breathing so hard, the wind's going, you're like trying not to ride off the road and get killed or break a collarbone. And so you never really have as much interaction. The depth of interaction with teammates that I've known for years is great. It's great. So I would love to bring, and I know obviously so many of our colleagues are trying to bring that kind of AR, VR into our daily life. But even those communication tools of Twitch and Discord, I think we should work on that together around what are those metaphors and how do you bring that into our day-to-day. Think about how much more fun and efficient our work would be if we could, if we were engaged in that way. So I don't know, maybe it's not for everybody, but I would certainly get something out of that. I love it.
Well, it does seem that it's certainly for a lot of people. I do notice a lot of my friends, whether it's coding or video games or DJing or like you said, athletic stuff, they're doing it on these platforms. They're using Twitch, they're using Discord, these gaming platforms. And, one of the things that I really love about it is because they all have relatively open APIs, you can build bots, you can build these interfaces that create this experience that none of us, even expected. And I also like to go through the thought exercise of what would you have told yourself, 2 years ago, if you would have said, "Hey, try this out. It'll be fun." You probably would have been like, "No way, are you serious? I'm going to go outside." And you could still go outside, but the community is different, don't you think?
Yes, totally. Yeah. One last thought on on a personal nature, I think the part about I kind of approach work like an athlete. And if you've ever trained hard, you can't do intervals and hard efforts every day. And I do think that we need to kind of embrace the cyclical nature of this pandemic and treat ourselves like athletes and recover as hard as we are working, because it ain't going to work if we're all at 120% all the time.
Ain't that the truth? Well, thank you, Chris. It was a pleasure to chat. Looking forward to chatting
pleasure.
more.
I hope we get to talk and work together someday.
Universe. We're going to go through all the must-see and can't-miss moments from today, and don't you worry, I'll have you prepped and ready to go for all the big moments we have in store for you tomorrow. Don't touch that dial, or maybe keyboard. This is the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'm your host, Kyle Daigle. We have a whole 15 minutes together, and I'm going to share the best moments of the day and help guide you through the 17 different talks we had. And hopefully, you'll find a few things that will help out your day-to-day developer workflow. So grab a cup of water, cold brew, or fresh squeezed kale juice, and let's dive right in. This morning, GitHub COO Erica Brescia kicked off the conference by talking about the importance of developer experience and how it's at the heart of everything that we do. We think that all developers deserve a great experience, whether you're an open source developer using GitHub.com or a Fortune 500 company building your application using GitHub Enterprise. An easy-to-use and powerful developer toolchain is critical to being productive and keeping you in the flow every day. And that's why focusing on high-performing teams is so important.
The 2019 Dora report found that elite and high-performing DevOps teams are automating significantly more work than low-performing teams. In fact, these elite teams are delivering 208 times more frequent code deployments than those who aren't. Their lead time from commit to deploy is 106 times faster, and they recover from incidents over 2,600 times more quickly.
Wow. And with the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0, GitHub is bringing so many powerful features to developers in the enterprise, like code scanning, packages, and actions. And with these features, and in particular with GitHub Actions, companies and teams are seeing huge improvements to their workflows and bringing code to production faster than ever.
Across all open source repositories, repos that use actions on pull requests see PRs merge 1.2 times faster, and the number of merged PRs increased by 1.3x. That's 34% more pull requests merged. This is huge in terms of improving developer velocity, and this scales exponentially with your team. According to 3M, building with GitHub allowed them to go from 400 deployments in 60 days to 6,000 deployments. That's a 15 times increase in ships.
And yesterday, we spoke about the importance of considering security as a feature and a key part of your development workflow. Erica shared some additional information about CodeQL, a powerful tool that lets you query your code to find vulnerabilities.
Take Postmates, for example, who leverage CodeQL's code scanning to do what literally no other developer-focused security tooling can do. GitHub's security features meet developers where they are, in the source code.
CodeQL is so powerful. If you haven't given it a look yet, I promise you, you really haven't used anything like this before. Finally, we know that we're the home of software developers around the world. GitHub is where the world builds software. So Erica took the chance to update us on just how big GitHub has become.
GitHub is where the world builds software. Over 50 million developers trust GitHub to collaborate, test, build, and deploy code, including over 70% of the Fortune 50. In fact, in the last year, over 60 million new repos were added and over 1.9 billion contributions were made. Those are some seriously big numbers.
Awesome. It's been so cool seeing GitHub grow over the past 7 years that I've been here. And that's because of all of you. Between yesterday's keynote with Nat and today's featured session with Erica, we've shown how GitHub is powering the developer workflows that are required to build great, secure software as part of a team. You can check out the entire session from Erica as a replay at githubuniverse.com tomorrow. Talking about those 50 million developers, let's hear what you thought about today's talks. There were a lot of reactions to go through. If you want to be featured and join the conversation, all you need to do is use the GitHub Universe hashtag wherever you're having that conversation. Okay, let's dive in. Sarah is somehow watching all 4 channels at once. Really just letting all the GitHub content wash over you at once. I'm extremely impressed that you can catch all that at the same time. Maybe I could get you to join us on working on the show and watching all those streams. Now, here's Lynn heaping praise on Angie's talk about visual testing. I absolutely love this talk and the video explanation of how easy it is to miss visual mistakes. We'll be talking a lot more about this talk in a bit. And finally, here is Codefinity, who's really enjoying the code performances that have been happening in the Play channel and kicking off each and every day of GitHub Universe. I'm always amazed at how quickly they can edit their code, and I'm kind of super interested to see what a bug sounds like. Share what you're thinking. What was your favorite part of GitHub Universe? Use the GitHub Universe hashtag. I'd love to feature you in tomorrow's show. Alongside our featured session, we had 16 different talks and sessions, all focused on improving your software development practices and making it easier to build complete DevOps workflows. Kicking off today was that really cool talk by Angie Jones, where she showed how you can actually get valuable visual tests on every pull request without getting caught up in the pixel by pixel comparisons.
Would that test catch this? No. Look at this test. It's green. I love green like the next person, but I want my red when it means something, you know? So this test has passed, even though with a single line of CSS, I literally flipped this application on its head. Again, this is why we need the visual testing.
Would you have caught all the visual bugs without the better test? Go catch her entire talk as a replay at githubuniverse.com. Our very own Brian Douglas, or B. Dougie, who is pulling double duty as a US host and a speaker this year, gave a talk about how you can use GitHub Actions to automate every aspect of your day. Here he is telling us about his favorite action.
And I was really stoked when I found out about the Lighthouse action. Like being able to find out, so whenever I have a staging deployment on Netlify, I'm able to see all my stats for just that staging deployment. So previously I had to deploy to production, and then once it's deployed in production, I can start doing some regressions and testing and stuff like that, which is not a good practice. Like definitely test that in staging and QA that. But actually applying that directly to PR was just mind-blowing.
Brian did a great job covering some of the powerful and somewhat hidden features of GitHub Actions. And if you want to learn a little bit more about the sports game of basketball, something I assure you, I am an expert on. Check out the full talk at the replay at githubuniverse.com, which is what I'll be doing after this show. Have you ever been frustrated by how long your CI build takes, or have you wanted to get on top of that mountain of technical debt? Today, we've got a masterclass from GitHub's very own Liz, KK, and Keith on how to start toppling that tower of technical debt and focus a bit more on how to make developers effective inside your company. And we ended up with some big productivity wins.
We reduced our CI time to 13 minutes, making our CI workflow 3 times faster. Then as an added bonus, we reduced our compute costs down by 1/4.
You can learn more about this tech debt project by following along on the GitHub engineering blog by going to github.blog and click on engineering. All right, we all have secrets. Hopefully you're keeping your secrets to yourself, only telling your besties, and maybe most importantly, you're keeping your secrets safe in your production workflows. Rosemary from HashiCorp told us about the 6 steps of dealing with leaked secrets and how secret managers prevent us from making these mistakes at all.
Well, a secrets manager actually takes away a couple of steps. The first thing is regret. You might push a password and regret that you pushed it in the first place, but you actually get the simplification of the revocation and the rotation of secrets with the secrets manager. So if you need to change the secret, it's no big deal.
Between GitHub code scanning and a tool like HashiCorp Vault, I really feel like I'm being protected from myself at this point. Moving on, an important part of any software project is planning. And at GitHub, we use GitHub to do just that. Lauren Brose shared how, even as product manager on the planning and tracking team, well, she has more than a few issues with issues.
Now, I have this sticker on my laptop. It says all my issues are on GitHub. And I think that's the core of capturing ideas.
If you're curious about how GitHub uses issues to build our own product, you can catch Lauren's epic talk as a replay. GitHub Actions is already the #1 CI/CD platform on GitHub, but that doesn't mean that we're done making it the best tool for you to test, build, and deploy your code. Chris Patterson introduced a number of new features to help turn you into an Actions power user and prepare you to deploy more code than ever before.
we wanted to give you a much better way to visually track how your workflows are progressing. As you have these more complex workflows.
Just got a taste there. Watch the full talk to see a demo of what's up next. Trust me, you won't regret it. Mostly, you're just going to wish that you already had it today. Phew. So we shared so much over the past few days between our keynote, our featured session this morning, over 30 talks, and all the excellent play performances. But what were your favorite moments? Well, you told me loud and clear. Watch this. So the folks from the GitHub Stars team were able to reach out and share some of their favorite moments with me. We'll be posting that on social, so you can catch that later. I absolutely loved hearing from the millions of developers who use GitHub every single day. We want to be the best developer tool in the world. So keep telling us what you like and what we can do better to make your workflow better than today, because the team here at GitHub loves hearing from our users. So with the featured session and the developer track and the enterprise channel and all of that out of the way, did you take some time to check out the university and play channels today? On the university channel, Michael and Lika talked about how get MongoDB, and you can get started with it right away in your application by taking part in the GitHub Student Developer Program. As long as you're a student, that is. Check out that talk and all the replays by going to githubuniverse.com. And of course, I hope you've been checking out the play track over the past 2 days. It has some of the most amazing beats, visuals, and experimental code that you'll find on the web. Trust me, Elaine and her team did all of the hard work for you. And if you don't believe me, check this out. Martin and Dana, 2 of the US stream hosts, were just losing their mind to this VR art in music by Michelle Brown. Don't miss out on any more of the play track. Check it out tomorrow. I guess bring your glow sticks and your goggles. So speaking of tomorrow, I wanted to bring one of the speakers that you'll be hearing from, my extremely talented coworker, who you happen to already meet in the keynote, Director of Software Engineering, Neha Batra. Hey, Neha, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me, Kyle.
So we already saw you talking a bit about discussions during the keynote, and I know a lot of open source repos have actually already been using discussions in the private beta. What's different about what you're going to be showing tomorrow?
So tomorrow, what I'm going to be talking about are some of the newest features that we've enabled. So if you haven't seen it already, I'll be talking about things like customizing categories to best suit your community. I'll talk about how you can recognize your top contributors in discussions, and I'll talk about what you can do to spruce up your repository with options like spotlights. And finally, I'll talk about what your moderation options are within discussions. So that's some of the newer stuff that you might see.
Awesome. And I'm curious, what would you say to the open source maintainers and contributors out there who are already using discussions? Why should they tune into your talk?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the reasons why I think even people who have been using the private beta might want to check out this talk is that for every feature that I talk about, I'm going to be using examples of how different people in open source communities have embraced that, and I'll be showing those kind of side by side. So for example, if we talked about customizing categories, you might get to see some of the categories that different open source repositories have been using for their discussions. So you're going to see new features, you're going to see how to do them, and then simultaneously, side by side, examples from all the different repositories. So if you want to basically see those without having to go to a bunch of different ones on your own, this would be a great talk to check out.
Awesome. So Neha, a little birdie told me that today's your birthday, and I know we can't be together, so I got you a little something just so we can pretend that, this is how we would do it. And I got you this. I don't think I can send this through the camera, but there are some treats coming to your house in San Francisco a couple minutes after we get off the call today. So happy birthday, Neha. Thank you for spending a little bit of it with me today.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I'm so surprised.
There you go. You're the best. Thank you so much, Neha. We'll see you tomorrow. Everyone, be sure to check out Neha's talk about GitHub discussions and how you can use it to help build your community. That's at 10:30 a.m. Pacific on the developer channel. Neha's talk isn't the only one that you should be sure to check out. At 10:30 a.m. Pacific, GitHub's very own Nicole Forsgren will be sharing what enterprises can learn from global patterns and our State of the Octaverse report. At 11:15 a.m. Pacific, Hamza will be explaining machine learning concepts on the Play channel. I'm going to be tuning into that one. Don't tell anyone. And at 12:15 p.m. Pacific, tune in to hear more about GitHub and NPM and how GitHub hearts NPM. That'll be a don't miss. Thank you so much for joining me for today's GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'd love to hear your highlights from today. Use the hashtag GitHub Universe. Feel free to mention me, Kay Daigle, and you might end up in tomorrow's final wrap-up show. GitHub Universe will also kick off a rebroadcast with live hosts at 9:30 a.m. India Standard Time. So if you're in the Asia Pacific region, be sure to check that out. GitHub Universe kicks off its third and final day tomorrow with Kelsey Hightower of Kubernetes fame at 9 a.m. Pacific. Enjoy the rest of your evening, day, or morning. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. So I'll see you then.